That seems reasonable, honestly. You've never questioned why it was called a booby trap? Yeah. Like, booby traps are usually quite simple, right? They're not like really elaborate traps. They're kind of meant to catch people who aren't like paying a lot of attention or whatever. Come here to my condo like that. I'm sorry. Alright, we are now live on the tubes. Trey, thank you for the 40 stream streak. Trey, we are not doing redeems tonight because we are reading Tales from King Arthur. Now, context for YouTube. I have two different YouTube channels, one for reading and one for ASMR triggers. However, my Twitch stream, I do all of that content in the ASMR section, and so sometimes they do get kind of mashed together. For these mythology streams that I try to do monthly, it's either a mythology Monday or a folklore Friday. It gets mixed together a little bit more, and I didn't know which YouTube channel would be best to do this under, but I figure reading story, I don't know, we'll go on the reading one. However, I may occasionally be doing some ASMR like name traces and things, but the trigger redeems are paused. Yeah. I mean, wouldn't we all, Max? Wouldn't we all? Well, Trey, I hope you're able to sleep well. If you'd like to stay and listen to Tales from King Arthur to go to sleep, you're more than welcome to. Oh my goodness. DJ, thank you for being over on the YouTube channel. Yes, you guys, if you would like to help support my push for the YouTube partner program, you can help a huge amount by just opening up the YouTube stream. That's the first link there, is the reading one. The second one is for the ASMR triggers. Honestly, if you could sub to both, that would be amazingly helpful. But even if you're mainly watching the Twitch channel and like chatting in the Twitch chat, even just having it open, the YouTube stream open, is very, very helpful. Hi, foodie. Oh my god. I think I mentioned last night I'm trying to like grow out my bangs into like curtain bangs more. They are getting very long. They're getting very long. Alright. Actually, speaking of name traces, I have some to do. For Jagged Planet, Hades, Debreen, Katie, Shale. Yes. If any of you would like a name trace or a card to pull, please use the Remind Faolkor redeem, which is 1 point, and I refund it. Let me know what you would like, okay? The bangs are looking great. Well, thank you, Nananon. They're definitely, they're kind of getting to the point where normally I would cut them. So, yeah. Okay. So we're going to be reading through here. If we're vibing with this, maybe in the not too distant future, we could get into some more Arthurian legend and break into Le Mort d'Arthur. How do you keep your hair so vibrant? Well, first off, the lighting for my stream setup definitely brings out the color, so it doesn't look this vibrant in all light. Hi, Jose. Sorry, no habla español. But if you dye your hair, then the trick is to get some semi-permanent dye in the color that you dye your hair and mix it in with your conditioner. And it just keeps it a little more boosted between your actual dyeing. Yeah. The answer. Hello. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I've just got like an old like a hair dye tub, and I just mix it all in, and you just put it on, leave it on for like 5 minutes when you're in the shower. Yeah. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Sad the Legend TV. Thank you, Anonymous. Hadoken, you're gonna hop into bed? Hell yeah. Well, I hope you enjoy the stories. Amir, thank you. Thank you. Hello, hello. Alright. Yes. Let's dive in. Oh, we do have a redeem from Shale for a name trace. So let's do that. Dealer's choice, says Shay. Again, if you are eligible for a name trace, which tonight is only for the people who sub or cheer, please use the Remind Faolkor redeem to let me know that you want something. Otherwise, I will assume you do not, okay? Which is totally fine too. I'm happy to do it. Just make sure you let me know. Okay. Let's do this. NZ Shale. NZ S H A Y O L and Z. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, from New Zealand. Exactly. Wait, I've actually never heard New Zealand. That's actually really funny. Quantum Weasel, thanks for watching over on YouTube. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. We are going to start with the drawing of the sword. Taco Cat, are you okay with the same type of name trace as I just did? Let's get all the name traces done. Yeah, okay. And you too, Katie. Okay. Well, we'll keep going with the quill then. Okay. Taco, cat, bravo. T A C O C A T B R A B O Taco Cat. Bravo. Thank you. Taco Cat, thank you. And Kentron, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Storybook raid. Yay, welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. Kentron, how was your stream tonight? Oh, wait, I don't think I have a mod in here, so let me give you a shout out. Were you doing some reading tonight? You guys, if you are looking for some more story time, Kendra Valgrige also does reading here on Twitch. The Lilac Fairy Book. I was just talking about that series because we're going to be reading some tales from King Arthur, edited by Andrew Lang, and I was explaining Andrew Lang, most famous for that series of fairy books, which I don't know if I can. Okay, I've got the set up there. I do have the whole set. They're fantastic. That's awesome. The lilac. Yeah, they do all the normal colors, and then they get into like lilac and olive and brown and yeah. But welcome and thank you so much for the raid. If any of you are new here, I'm Faolkor. We do a mixture of reading and traditional ASMR triggers. I mean, even the reading, we try to keep it super cozy, so I tend to stay in the ASMR section because people like to fall asleep to story time. But yeah, welcome in. Once a month we do a bonus stream where we read different mythology or folklore, so that is what you have stumbled into tonight. And we are going to be reading some tales from King Arthur. Kendra, thank you again. Feel free to hang out, or if you need to raid and run, absolutely fine. Make sure you're taking care of yourself after your own stream. It's good to see you. Darth, you're part of the Wolf Raid. Heck yeah. Well, welcome in, Darth. It's good to see you. Okay. All right. Let's do, we're just wrapping up a few name traces. We're not doing full-on trigger redeems tonight, but for people who, you know, sub, we're doing name traces for that. And then we're going to jump into the first story. All right, Katie. It's me, Katie. I-T-M-E-K-I-E. It's me, Katie. It's me, Katie. Thank you, Katie. Oh, Darth recommended the raid. Oh, you've got a redeem to recommend a raid? That's a cool idea. Well, I'm glad you guys came to hang out. Of course, Katie. Thank you. Oh, Wadsworth. Yeah, it's because we've got all the kind of the redeems shut down. I guess I can unpause T2 and T3 ones, but just T3 ones usually allow, like, you can redeem a name trace or any kind of trigger, and we're not doing, like, trigger redeems tonight. But I guess I'll unpause those. But yeah, let's jump into a story. I will do name traces between stories, okay? Okay. The drawing of the sword. You're so good, Wadsworth. Totally fine. Long, long ago, after Uther Pendragon died, there was no king in Britain, and every knight hoped to seize the crown for himself. The country was like to fare ill when laws were broken on every side, and the corn which was to give the poor bread was trodden underfoot, and there was none to bring the evildoer to justice. Then, when things were at their worst, came forth Merlin, the magician, and fast he rode to the place where the Archbishop of Canterbury had his dwelling. And they took counsel together, and agreed that all the lords and gentlemen of Britain should ride to London and meet on Christmas Day, now at hand, in the great church. So, this was done. I want to pause and say, now I am not an Arthurian scholar. There are people that know so much about this, and I'm sure if anyone well-versed in Arthurian legend happens by this VOD later, they will be able to provide more info if they want to. But from what I understand, Arthurian legends have their roots in pre-Christian times. There is a lot of pagan religion in them, and some Arthurian legends deal with kind of the shift into Christianity. Some of them have been placed in a very Christian setting. So, are you getting your history from Marion Summer Bradley? No. But like the character of Merlin, for instance, right? Like, he is obviously, like, he doesn't really fit comfortably within the Christian paradigm. He obviously fits more in this kind of druidical model. So there's a little bit of tension sometimes, just in kind of how you can see how they have kind of massaged stories to fit into a Christian mold. You see this with a lot of Celtic mythology as well. In a lot of ways, I'm very grateful to those kind of original Christian monks who were there at the time. They took a lot of oral storytelling from the British Isles, from Ireland, and wrote it down. And a lot of times did write down a lot of stuff that was, you know, pagan. But other times they kind of forced it to fit within a Christian model. And so you have to kind of be aware of that. This is obviously a take that is coming at it from a very Christian viewpoint. And a lot of Arthurian legend is. So it's fine. Are you guys making fun of my pronunciation? I said pagan. What? What did I say? Did I pronounce it? Pagan? No, I didn't. Stop bullying me. Little brats. Whatever. It's not like this is recorded on video and no one can prove it. I'm not talking about pegging. That's very different. Penguin. Yeah. Pagan. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine and you're all bullies. Hi, Husky. Okay. Stop it. Okay. And on Christmas morning, as they left the church, they saw in the churchyard a large stone, and on it a bar of steel, and in the steel a naked sword was held, and about it was written in letters of gold, "Whoso pulleth out this sword is by right of birth King of England." They marveled at these words and called for the archbishop and brought him into the place where the stone stood. Then those knights who fain would be king could not hold themselves back, and they tugged at the sword with all their might, but it never stirred. The archbishop watched them in silence, But when they were faint from pulling, he spoke. "The man is not here who shall lift out that sword, nor do I know where to find him. But this is my counsel, that 2 knights be chosen, good and true men, to keep guard over the sword." Thus it was done. But the lords and gentlemen at arms cried out that every man had a right to try to win the sword, and they decided that on New Year's Day a tournament should be held, and any knight who would might enter the lists. I don't think we lost me, Shay. I think that it's you. Hi, Carrot. So, on New Year's Day, the knights, as their custom was, went to hear service in the great church, and after it was over, they met in the field to make ready for the tourney. Among them was a brave knight called Sir Ector, who brought with him Sir Kay, his son, and Arthur, Kay's foster brother. Now, Kay had unbuckled his sword the evening before, and in his haste to be at the tourney, had forgotten to put it on again, and he begged Arthur to ride back and fetch it for him. But when Arthur reached the house, the door was locked, for the women had gone out to see the tourney, and though Arthur tried his best to get in, he could not. Then he rode away in great anger and said to himself, "Kay shall not be without a sword this day. I will take that sword in the churchyard and give it to him." And he galloped fast till he reached the gate of the churchyard. Here he jumped down and tied his horse tightly to a tree. Then, running up to the stone, he seized the handle of the sword and easily drew it out. Afterwards, he mounted his horse again and delivered the sword to Sir Kay. Kind of anticlimactic, isn't it? Oh, Pirithis, thanks for watching over on YouTube. Also, hello. I can't read your username, but 113. Hello. Okay. The moment Sir Kay saw the sword, he knew it was not his own, but the sword of the stone. And he sought out his father, Sir Ector, and said to him, "Sir, this is the sword of the stone. Therefore, I am the rightful king." Sir Ector made no answer, but signed to Kay and Arthur to follow him, and they all 3 went back to the church. What? Kay is trying to, take it? Take the credit? His name is Ali? Hi, Pidge. Zulfikar Ali. Hello, welcome. It's nice to have you here. Another September. Hello, welcome. Okay. Leaving their horses outside, they entered the choir, and here Sir Ector took a holy book and bade Sir Kay swear how he came by that sword. "My brother Arthur gave it to me," replied Sir Kay. "Well, how did you come by it?" asked Sir Ector, turning to Arthur. "Sir," said Arthur, "when I rode home from my brother's sword, I found no one to deliver it to me. And as I was resolved he should not be swordless, I thought of the sword in the stone, and I pulled it out." "Were any knights present when you did this?" asked Sir Ector. "No, none," said Arthur. "Then it is you," said Sir Ector, "who are the rightful king of this land." "But why am I the king?" inquired Arthur. Because, answered Sir Ector, this is an enchanted sword, and no man could draw it but he who was born a king. Therefore put the sword back into the stone, and let me see you take it out. Well, that is soon done, said Arthur, replacing the sword, and Sir Ector himself tried to draw it, but he could not. Now it is your turn, he said to Sir Kay, but Sir Kay fared no better than his father, though he tugged with all his might and main. Now you, Arthur. And Arthur pulled it out as easily as if it had been lying in its sheath. And as he did so, Sir Ector and Sir Kay sank on their knees before him. Why do you, my father and brother, kneel to me? Asked Arthur in surprise. Nay, my lord, answered Sir Ector. I was never your father, though till today I did not know who your father really was. You are the son of Uther Pendragon, and you were brought to me when you were born by Merlin himself, who promised that when the time came I should know from whom you sprang. And now it has been revealed to me. But when Arthur heard that Sir Ector was not his father, he wept bitterly. If I am king, he said at last, ask what you will, and I shall not fail you. For to you, and to my lady and mother, I owe more than to anyone in the world, for she loved me and treated me as her son. Sir, replied Sir Ector, I only ask that you will make your foster brother, Sir Kay, seneschal of all your lands, which is a steward. That I will readily, answered Arthur, and while he and I live, no other shall fill that office. Sir Ector then bade them seek out the archbishop with him, which they told him all that had happened concerning the sword, which Arthur had left standing in the stone. And on the 12th day, the knights and barons came again, but none could draw it out but Arthur. When they saw this, many of the barons became angry and cried out that they would never own a boy for king whose blood was not better than their own. So it was agreed to wait till Candlemas, when more knights might be there. And meanwhile, the same two men who had been chosen before watched the sword night and day. What, do they not have shifts? It's just the same two men constantly, like. But at Candlemas, it was the same thing, and at Easter. And when Pentecost came, the common people who were present and saw Arthur pull out the sword cried with one voice that he was their king, and they would kill any man who said differently. Dang. Then rich and poor fell on their knees before him, and Arthur took the sword and offered it upon the altar where the archbishop stood. And the best man that was there made him knight. After that, the crown was put on his head, and he swore to his lords and commons that he would be a true king and would do them justice all the days of his life. I wonder if he was keeping track of all the nobles that were really pushing back against it. Make them do it again. How you doing, Chompy? Pendragon is a badass last name. Why are there, like, there are no Pendragons in the world, right? I wonder if it was always a fictional last name, or if there was ever a family with that last name. Again, I'm not an Arthurian scholar, so it's not something I've looked into. Quill dragon. Pencil dragon. Book dragon. Pendragon was one of the names of the wizard in Howl's Moving Castle. Yeah. God, I love that movie. Who was on the throne at the time? No one. Uther died. The throne was empty. And then they like came out of church one day and there was just the sword in a stone, and the stone was covered in golden lettering. It's like the rules. Just outside of Canterbury Cathedral. And no one could pull it out, and then one day Arthur's just like in a rush and he grabs it. Have you ever thought about replacing your flooring with some really nice lush turf, like a golf course fair? Are you asking me this? Why are you asking me this? Is it because of the pigs? Alright. The next story is called The Questing Beast. But Arthur had many battles to fight and many kings to conquer before he was acknowledged lord of them all, and often he would have failed had he not listened to the wisdom of Merlin and been helped by his sword Excalibur, which, in obedience to Merlin's orders, he never drew till things were going ill with him. Later, it shall be told how the king got the sword Excalibur, which shone so brightly in his enemies' eyes that they fell back, dazzled by the brightness. Many knights came to his standard, and among them Sir Ban, King of Gaul beyond the sea, who was ever his faithful friend. And it was in one of these wars, when King Arthur and King Ban and King Bors went to the rescue of the king of Cameliard, that Arthur saw Guinevere, the king's daughter, whom he afterwards wedded. By and by, I wonder if it's Ban or Bon, maybe, King Bon? Isn't Bon, like B-A-N, isn't that, I mean, at least in Irish, if it has an accent, doesn't that mean white? And, I mean, he's a Gaulish king. I wonder if it's the same root. Anyways, but I don't know. There's no accent in this. By and by, King Ban and King Bors returned to their own country across the sea, and the king went to Caerleon, a town on the river Usk, where a strange dream came to him. He thought that the land was overrun with griffins and serpents which burnt and slew his people, and he made war on the monsters and was sorely wounded. Thought at last he killed them all. When he awoke, the remembrance of his dream was heavy upon him, and to shake it off, he summoned his knights to hunt with him, and they rode fast till they reached a forest. Hi, Olivia, welcome in. Hello, hello. And Connor, thank you for that 10 stream streak. Soon they spied a hart before them, which the king claimed as his game, and he spurred his horse and rode after it. But the hart ran fast, and the king could not get near it, and the chase lasted so long that the king himself grew heavy, and his horse fell dead upon him. Okay. Olivia, Olivia, what the heck? You're so sweet. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, guys. Can we have a moment of silence? At least 33 horses have perished in the pages of our books. Nay, I say nay. Olivia, thank you for the follow. Olivia, it looks like you're a streamer too. What kind of content do you do? Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you, Anonymous. 33 already, yeah. ASMR and cozy games? Oh, nice. Hold on, let me drop you a follow. Welcome in. This is why I know, Jacrispy, I know. That's why we mark it with a moment of silence and reflection and respect. Okay, rad. Well, I trust Dizzy's judgment. Okay. Then he sat under a tree and rested till he heard the baying of hounds and fancied he counted as many as 30 of them. He raised his head to look, and coming towards him, saw a beast so strange that its like was not to be found throughout his kingdom. It went straight to the well and drank, making as it did so the noise of many hounds baying. And when it had drunk its fill, the beast went away. While the knight was wondering what sort of a beast this could be, a knight rode by who, seeing a man lying under a tree, stopped and said to him, "Knight, full of thought and sleepy, tell me if a strange beast has passed this way." "Yes, truly," answered Arthur, "and by now it must be 2 miles distant. What do you want with it?" "Oh, sir, I have followed that beast from far," replied he, "and have ridden my horse to death." Okay, do we count that one? We didn't see the horse die on the page, so do we count that one? He also rode his horse to death, but like we didn't see it happen. What do you guys think? We're reading Tales of King Arthur, Olivia. It said death and horse? What do you guys think? 1 in chat if you think yes, count it. 2 if you think no. Alright, you guys say count it. Alright, I will respect democracy this time. At least 34 horses have perished in the pages of our books. Hi, Grans. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Sag. Yeah, it is Sag. Yeah. Yeah. These men are obviously to blame. Okay. If only I could find another, I would still go after it. As he spoke, a squire came up, leading a fresh horse for the king, and when the knight saw it, he prayed that it might be given to him. "For," said he, "I have followed this quest this 12-month, and either I shall slay him, or he will slay me." "Sir Knight," answered the king, "you have done your part. Leave now your quest, and let me follow the beast, for the same time that you have done." "Ah, fool," replied the knight, whose name was Pellinore. "It would all be in vain, for none may slay that beast but I, or my next of kin." And without more words, he sprang into the saddle. "You may take my horse by force," said the king, "but I should like to prove first which of us is the better horseman. Well, answered the knight, when you want me, come to the spring. Here you will always find me. And spurring his horse, he galloped away. The king watched him till he was out of sight, then turned to his squire and bade him bring another horse as quickly as he could. While he was waiting for it, the wizard Merlin came along, in the likeness of a boy, and asked the king why he was so thoughtful. I may well be thoughtful, replied the king, for I have seen the most wonderful sight in all the world. I remember, at the time this would have been written, wonderful doesn't mean like positive necessarily, just inspiring wonder. Okay, Merlin is disguised as a boy right now. That I know well, said Merlin, for I know all your thoughts. But it is folly to let your mind dwell on it, for thinking will mend nothing. I know, too, that Uther Pendragon was your father, and your mother was the Lady Igraine. How can a boy like you know that? Cried Arthur, growing angry. But Merlin only answered, I know it better than any man living, and passed on, returning soon after in the likeness of an old man of 80, and sitting down by the well to rest. So, 80 years old. What makes you so sad? Asked he. I may well be sad, replied Arthur. There is plenty to make me so. And besides, there was a boy here who told me things that he had no business to know, and among them the names of my father and mother. He told you the truth, said the old man, and if you would have listened, he could have told you still more. How that your sister shall have a child who shall destroy you and all your knights. Who are you? Asked Arthur, wondering. I am Merlin, and it was I who came to you in the likeness of a boy. I know all things, how that you shall die a noble death, being slain in battle. Well, my end will be shameful, for I shall be put alive into the earth. There was no time to say more, for the man brought up the king's horse, and he mounted, and rode fast till he came to Carleon. What do you mean there's no time to say more? If I had met that man who seems to know the future, and he's like the king, he could be like, thanks for bringing the horse. I'm just gonna talk to this man for like a few more minutes. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's very dark. Can you imagine just living with that knowledge that that's how you were gonna die? Okay. The sword Excalibur. King Arthur had fought a hard battle with the tallest knight in the land, and though he struck hard and well, he would have been slain had not Merlin enchanted the knight and cast him into a deep sleep, and brought the king to a hermit who had studied the art of healing and cured all his wounds in 3 days. Then Arthur and Merlin waited no longer, but gave the hermit thanks and departed. As they rode together, Arthur said, I have no sword. But Merlin bade him be patient, and he would soon give him one. In a little while they came to a large lake, and in the midst of the lake Arthur beheld an arm rising out of the water, holding up a sword. Look, said Merlin, that is the sword I spoke of. And the king looked again, and a maiden stood upon the water. That is the Lady of the Lake, said Merlin, and she is coming to you. And if you ask her courteously, she will give you the sword. So when the maiden drew near, Arthur saluted her and said, Maiden, I pray you tell me whose sword is that which an arm is holding out of the water? I wish it were mine, for I have lost my sword. That sword is mine, King Arthur, answered she, and I will give it to you, if you, in return, will give me a gift when I ask you. By my faith, said the king, I will give you whatever gift you ask. Well, said the maiden, get into the barge yonder, and row yourself to the sword, and take it, and the scabbard with it. For this was the sword Excalibur. As for my gift, I will ask it in my own time. Then King Arthur and Merlin dismounted from their horses and tied them up safely, and went into the barge. And when they came to the place where the arm was holding the sword, Arthur took the handle, and the arm disappeared. And they brought the sword back to the land. As they rode, the king looked lovingly on the sword, which Merlin saw, and, smiling, said, Which do you like best, the sword or the scabbard? I like the sword, answered Arthur. You are not wise to say that, replied Merlin, for the scabbard is worth 10 of the sword, and as long as it is buckled on you, you will lose no blood, however sorely you may be wounded. Okay, that's amazing. Why isn't... I feel like if I've heard of this scabbard before, it had slipped my mind. Hey, Kevkis. So they rode into the town of Carleon, and Arthur's knights gave them a glad welcome, and said it was joy to serve under a king who risked his life as much as any common man. Interesting. You want to see Arthur flying around an F-35 fighter jet? You know what I was actually talking to a friend about not that long ago? Thank you for the follow, Kevkis. Is that it is surprising to me that there aren't, well, I can't think of any, but I don't know for sure there haven't been any, but at least that there haven't been more cases of people claiming to be King Arthur. Because the whole, like, the myth around him is that he's not truly dead, right? He's sleeping until the time that Britain needs him the most. And Britain has gone through some shit, you know? And it's surprising that, like, whether it's was a grifter or like a madman, that there haven't been cases of people claiming to be Arthur, you know? There was an episode of Babylon 5 about, oh, I've never seen that show. Isn't that interesting, though? Like, you'd think there would be some high-profile cases of it. Because I think there have been cases of people claiming to be, like, prophets or even claiming to be Jesus. Anyway. King Arthur flower isn't really made of him. Taco Cat, does that disappoint you? The Knights Templar probably keep a tight lid on that shit. You're Arthur. Oh shit. Arthur the Bean. Okay. You're the Artburger. The other Arthur, yes. The other Arthur. Alright. The story of Sir Balin. That's me, Artie. Hi, Violet. In those days, many kings reigned in the islands of the sea, and they constantly waged war upon each other and on their liege lord. And news came to Arthur that Rhiannon, king of North Wales, had collected a large host. Wait, it probably, sorry, I put a French accent on it, but Wales. How would that be pronounced? Right? Damn it, Welsh. I'm not good enough at you. Because I was thinking like Lyon, like the city in France, the Lyon. This is Ryon. It might still be Rion. Because doesn't a Y in Welsh have like an E sound? Like the name Rhys, which is spelled Rhys. Damn it, Welsh is my reaction every time it's such a cool language and it sounds beautiful, but it's difficult. Teapot, you think so? So it would be, but yeah, Rhys, I know that is pronounced Rhys. So I'm thinking if a Y makes an E sound, then Ryons would be, oh, you do? Okay, teapot, amazing. Would I pronounce the S on the end? Would it be Rions or Rion? Oh yeah, Welsh speaker in chat. That's amazing. I do love the Welsh language. If there's an S, it's literal. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my instinct, because of learning French, is to drop it, but I'm like, most languages don't do that. It's a Welsh name. You love Gaelic accents, but the languages make your brain hurt. Well, they have like nothing in common, grammatically or etymologically with English, and so it's definitely more difficult to learn if you're just like a native English speaker, than learning like a Romance language or a Germanic language, which English is a mixture of those, right? Hi Sage, hello, good to see you. And I did for a while, and I'll probably go back to it at some point, but for a while I was studying to try to learn Irish. But Irish and Welsh are from two different branches of Celtic languages. You've got like Irish and Scottish, so Gaeilge, Gaelic, and Manx Gaelic, which I'm forgetting the actual like in-language name for Manx Gaelic, but you've got those on one side, and then you've got Welsh and Brittonic. Is there another one on the other side? Anyways, so they are all like Celtic languages, but they split off from each other at a certain point, and so that's why like if you listen to like Gaeilge and Gaelic, there's going to be a decent amount of overlap, but then Welsh feels quite different, right? They're all beautiful though. Hi Kool-Aid. Have you ever been to Stonehenge? Yes, I have. I used to live like not very far away from it. The accents sound similar when speaking English. Yeah, there is some similarity, but I mean obviously different, but some similarities. All right. You want to go to Stonehenge? It is impressive. And look, I'm a bit of a romantic person, or whatever you want to call it, but like it's got like an energy to it. Even though it's all like roped off and like there's tourists around and everything, there's still just like there's like an energy there. is kind of wild. I mean, it's so old as well. There are definitely vibes, yeah. Another, if you're ever over in that part of the world, obviously this is on a different country, different island, but if you're in Ireland, if you're interested in like, go to Newgrange. Newgrange like blew me away. And I feel like it doesn't get talked about enough. I don't know. Is it older than the pyramids, you know? Absolutely wild. Wasn't Stonehenge used for reading the stars? Yeah, on the summer solstice, it lines up, so that it's kind of like a bit of a calendar. Newgrange is the same thing. Only isn't Newgrange the winter solstice? Or, oh god. Newgrange is amazing because it's a burial tomb. So from the outside it looks like a hill. The door of it has like lintel stones around it, right? There's like a little doorway, and then above the doorway is like a window box. So just like lined with stone, a little opening, like a window right above the door. And if you go into down in the main passage from the door, there's a center portion, and then there are kind of like 3 burial places, like tombs, and it's dark in there, right? But on winter solstice, the sun is perfectly aligned so that it enters into the little window above the doorway, and the sunlight travels up that main passageway into the center of this tomb and lights it all up inside. I mean, that is crazy. Also, the fact that it's still like, I mean, this is in a very rainy part of the world. The way that the ceiling of this is built is like this spiral of stones that works as a drainage system, so that all the rain that kind of comes through the soil and grass on top of it gets like filtered down through this system so that it doesn't damage the actual burial places. Like, absolutely fascinating. Amazing. Chichen Itza also amazing. Oh, I have not been there. Hi, Tea Fried. Hello, welcome back. You found a place that's spooky right here in town. 2 lines of dead silver birches, all the same height, all equal distance from each other. They make a hall in the middle of the wooded valley, but off any actual trails. Interesting. That's so interesting. I mean, if they're equally spaced, I would wager that they were planted by people, but that's not as interesting as calling it the Hall of the Dead Kings, which I much prefer in vibes. Very cool. It has an aura. Yeah, there's some amazing places in the world. Alright, let's jump back in. The story of Sir Balin. Balin? 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 Balin. In those days, many kings reigned in the islands of the sea, and they constantly waged war upon each other and on their liege lord. And news came to Arthur that Rions, king of North Wales, had collected a large host and had ravaged his lands and slain some of his people. No, not the dwarves. Not the dwarves. When he heard this, Arthur rose in anger and commanded that all lords, knights, and gentlemen of arms should meet him at Camelot, where he would call a council and hold a tourney. From every part the knights flocked to Camelot, and the town was full to overflowing of armed men and their horses. And when they were assembled, there rode in a damsel, who said she had come with a message from the great lady Lille of Avilion, and begged that they would bring her before King Arthur. I wonder if that's like a different spelling of Avalon, or if that's a different place. Avilion. Because sometimes there are place names that are just like very similar. I'm not sure. When she was led into his presence, she let her mantle of fur slip off her shoulders, and they saw that by her side a richly wrought sword was buckled. The king was silent with wonder at the strange sight, but at last he said, "Damsel, why do you wear this sword? For swords are not the ornaments of women."
What? What is it?
"My lord," answered she, "I would find some knight to rid me of this sword, which weighs me down and causes me much sorrow. But the man who will deliver me of it must be the one who is mighty in his hands and pure in his deeds, without villainy or treason. If I find a knight such as this, he will draw this out of its sheath, and he only. For I have been at the court of King Rions, and he and his knights tried with all their strength to draw the sword, and they could not." "Well, let me see if I can draw it," said Arthur. "Not because I think myself the best knight, for well I know how far I am outdone by others, but to set them an example, that they may follow me." With that, the king took the sword by the sheath and by the girdle, and pulled at it with all his force. But the sword stuck fast. "Sir," said the damsel, "you need not pull half so hard, for he that shall pull it out shall do it with little strength." "It is not for me," answered Arthur. "And now, my barons, let each man try his fortune." So most of the knights of the Round Table there present pulled, one after another, at the sword, but none could stir it from its sheath. "Alas, alas!" cried the damsel in great grief. "I thought to find in this court knights that were blameless and true of heart, and now I know not where to look for them." "By my faith," said Arthur, "there are no better knights in the world than these of mine, but I am sore displeased that they cannot help me in this matter." Now, at that time there was a poor knight at Arthur's court who had been kept prisoner for 1.5 years because he had slain the king's cousin. He was of high birth, and his name was Balin. And after he had suffered 18 months the punishment of his misdeed, the barons prayed the king to set him free, which Arthur did willingly. When Balin, standing apart, beheld the knights one by one try the sword and fail to draw it, his heart beat fast. Yet he shrank from taking his turn, for he was meanly dressed and could not compare with the other barons. Anthony, hi, welcome in. Hello, nice to meet you. Thank you for the follow. Do I need a video editor? Honestly, yes, but I can't afford one right now, so that'll be a thing to hopefully do in the future. Okay. But after the damsel had bid farewell to Arthur and his court, and was setting out on her journey homewards, he called to her and said, "Damsel, I pray you to suffer me to draw your sword, as well as these lords, for though I am so poorly clothed, my heart is as high as theirs. The damsel stopped and looked at him and answered, Sir, it is not needful to put you to such trouble, for where so many have failed, it is hardly likely that you will succeed. Ah, fair damsel, said Balin, it is not fine clothes that make good deeds. You speak truly, replied the damsel, therefore do what you can. Then Balin took the sword by the girdle and sheath, and pulled it out easily. And when he looked at the sword, he was greatly pleased with it. The king and the knights were dumb with surprise that it was Balin who had triumphed over them, and many of them envied him and felt anger towards him. In truth, said the damsel, this is the best knight that I ever found. But, sir, I pray you give me the sword again. No, answered Balin, I will keep it till it is taken from me by force. It is for your sake, not mine, that I ask for it, said the damsel, for with that sword you shall slay the man you love best, and it shall bring about your own ruin. I will take what befalls me, replied Balin, but the sword I will not give up, by the faith of my body. Balin, just put down the sword. Ice and Joby, good to see you. How are you doing? Like, what the heck, dude? Look, everyone saw you pull it out, so you've got the reputation. Like, just get another sexy sword made for yourself that is not gonna doom you to kill the person you love the most. Like, what is this ego? What is happening here? What is this logic? How are you the best knight if you're not willing to give up a weapon that is gonna doom you to kill the one you love most? Like, how does that, in that moment, you should drop from the ranking of best knight. Do you know what I mean? Like, that makes you a materialistic, egoistic shithead. Pulling it out can definitely get you a reputation. Thank you, Fitch, yes. You pull out the legendary sword and some girl you just met tells you to give it to her. The girl that brought it with her, though. I mean, it's her sword. She didn't say whoever can pull it out owns this sword. She said whoever can pull it out is like the best knight I've ever met. Okay. So he basically just steals her sword, really. So the damsel departed in great sorrow. The next day Balin left the court and, armed with his sword, set forth in search of adventures, which he found in many places where he had not thought to meet with them. In all the fights that he fought, Sir Balin was the victor, and Arthur and Merlin, his friend, knew that there was no knight living of greater deeds or more worthy of worship, and as he was known to all as Sir Balin le Sauvage, the Knight of the Two Swords. Okay, I need to find out if I'm saying this right. Oh, I think it's supposed to be Balin. I think I've been saying it wrong. Okay, I think I'm supposed to be saying Balin. That's not the right translation of savage. Look, I'm just reading what's there. Balon. I don't see that. I just see Balin. Okay, but I think the Tolkien's dwarf is Balin, right? the knight is Balin. Okay. Welcome in, Big Scene, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Savage does not. I don't think they're saying that savage means of two swords. I think they're saying, you know, Balin the Savage, the Knight of Two Swords. It's like a whole thing. Okay, well, forgive me. I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Okay. Balin. And he was known to all as Sir Balin le Savage, the Knight of the Two Swords. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you. Thank you. We forgive you for being wrong this whole... To be fair, I asked you guys. I was like, how is this pronounced? No one told me. Now you're all, you know, in chat being like, it's Balin. It's like, okay, well, why didn't you tell me that at the beginning of the chapter? Ike, what are you saying? What? Is that a reference to something? If your nickname is ever Savage, could you gently get me to course correct? Yes. Baron Disaster. I mean, you've already got disaster in your name, so... Don't they use daggers for that? Wait, for what? Grands. We don't know anything either, but we're not the one with all the books behind us. I can't keep pronunciation for absolutely everything straight, okay? Is the traditional disaster the star of ill omen? The badass star? Right, because I do love that. I do. One of my favorite pieces of etymology, that the word disaster is like anti-star. Like aster means star, disaster, like the death of a star. Or the undoing of a star, right? The destruction of a star. Like, I love that. That is so cool. Although your spelling it was Zeds, so yours is like a dizzy star. And that star has had one too many tipples. Pretty cool words are fun. I agree. A dramatime saves 9. Alright, let's see what happens. One day, he was riding forth, when at the turning of a road he saw a cross, and on it was written in letters of gold, "Let no knight ride towards this castle." Sir Balin was still reading the writing, when there came towards him an old man, with white hair, who said, "Sir Balin le Savage, this is not the way for you, so turn again, and choose some other path." And so he vanished, and a horn blew loudly, as a horn is blown at the death of a beast. "That blast," said Balin, "is for me, but I am still alive." And he rode to the castle, where a great company of knights and ladies met him, and welcomed him, and made him a feast. Then the lady of the castle said to him, "Knight with the two swords, you must now fight a knight that guards an island, for it is our law that no man may leave us without he first fight a tourney." "That is a bad custom," said Balin, "but if I must, I am ready, for though my horse is weary, my heart is strong." "Sir," said another knight to him, "your shield does not look whole to me. I will lend you another." So Balin listened to him and took the shield that was offered and left his own with his own coat of arms behind him. He rode down to the shore and led his horse into a boat, which took them across. When he reached the other side, a damsel came to him, crying, "Oh, Knight Balin, why have you left your own shield behind you? Alas, you have put yourself in great danger, for by your shield you should have been known. Oh, I grieve over your doom, for there is no man living that can rival you for courage and bold deeds." This man is not very smart. He's getting so many warnings, and he's like, guess I'll keep going towards my doom. "I repent," answered Balin, "ever having come into this country, but for very shame I must go on. Whatever befalls me, either for life or death, I'm ready to take it." Then he examined his armor and saw that it was whole, and mounted his horse. Alright, what do you think? Is the horse gonna make it? It already said the horse was weary. Is this horse gonna survive? How do we do a poll? Or not a poll, prediction. Manage prediction. Okay, let's do a prediction. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys 1 minute. 1 minute, because I don't know how long this scene will go for. Alright, there's a prediction up on Twitch. You can vote on whether you think, you can wager channel points about whether this horse is gonna survive. Okay. As he went along the path, he beheld a knight come out of a castle in front, clothed in red, riding a horse with red trappings. When this red knight looked on the two swords, he thought, sorry, had a little hiccup there. He thought for a moment it was Balin, but the shield did not bear Balin's device. Just waiting for the prediction to end. Last second. Alright. Let's see what happens. So they rode at each other with their spears and smote each other's shields so hard that both horses and men fell to the ground with the shock, and the knights lay unconscious on the ground for some minutes. But soon they rose up again and began the fight afresh, and they fought till the place was red with their blood, and they each had 7 great wounds. "What knight are you?" asked Balin le Savage, pausing for breath, "for never have I found any knight to match me." "My name," said he, "is Balan, brother to the good knight Balin." "Alas," cried Balin, "that I should ever have lived to see this day." And he fell back, fainting to the ground. At this sight, Balan crept on his hands and feet and pulled off Balin's helmet so that he might see his face. The fresh air revived Balin, and he awoke and said, "Oh, I don't know if this one's supposed to be Balin. It's Balan instead of I-N. I don't know, man. Oh, Balan." I feel like that's not correct. my brother, you have slain me, and I you, and the whole world shall speak ill of us both. Alas, sighed Balan. If only I had known you. Let the record show nobody in chat knew how to pronounce. Let me see about this one. Balin. Okay, so Balan is Balin. Balin is Balin. It is, yeah, but a lot of parents do that, honestly. It's not balls in Dutch, no. That's not it. It's not Balin, no. Okay, Balin. Okay. The fresh air revived Balin, and he awoke and said, "Oh, Balin, my brother, you have slain me, and I you, and the whole world shall speak ill of us both." Alas, sighed Balin, if I had only known you. I saw your 2 swords, but from your shield I thought you had been another knight. Woe is me, said Balin. All this was wrought by an unhappy knight in the castle, who caused me to change my shield for his. If I lived, I would destroy that castle, that he should not deceive other men. You would have done well, answered Balin, for they have kept me prisoner ever since I slew a knight that guarded this island, and they would have kept you captive too. Then came the lady of the castle and her companions, and listened as they made their moan. And Balin prayed that she would grant them the grace to lie together, there where they died, and their wish was given them. And she and those that were with her wept for pity. The police are coming. So they died, and the lady made a tomb for them, and put Balin's name alone on it, for Balin's name she knew not. But Merlin knew, and next morning he came and wrote it in letters of gold, and he ungirded Balin's sword, and unscrewed the pommel, and put another pommel on it, and bade a knight that stood by handle it. But the knight could not. At that, Merlin laughed. Why do you laugh? Asked the knight. Because, said Merlin, no man shall handle this sword but the best knight in the world, and that is either Sir Lancelot or his son, Sir Galahad. With this sword, Sir Lancelot shall slay the man he loves best, and Sir Gawain is his name. And this was later done in a fight across the seas. All this Merlin wrote on the pommel of the sword. It's a lot to write on a pommel. Next, he made a bridge of steel to the island, 6 inches broad, and no man could pass over it that was guilty of any deeds. The scabbard of the sword he left on this side of the island, so that Galahad should find it. The sword itself he put in a magic stone, which floated down the stream to Camelot, that is now called Winchester. And the same day Galahad came to the river, having in his hand the scabbard, and he saw the sword, and pulled it out of the stone, as is told in another place. Wait, isn't that a little derivative at this point? Merlin's like, that whole sword in a stone thing was pretty awesome. let's do that again with this other sword. Horses survived. To be fair, it doesn't say. It doesn't say whether they... We know that they fell to the ground in shock. It doesn't clarify. Do you think we should interpret that as the horses surviving? Probably, right? Like, if they had died, it probably would have said it. Maybe. That's okay, Sage. It happens. Okay, let's say the horses survived then. Certainly, the horses didn't die on the page. Like, we're not raising the counter, the horse death counter. So, oh my god, Fidge. Alright then. Did the horse survive? I guess yes. Well, all we know is that the horse didn't explicitly die, ergo... I probably should have worded it, did the horse die, instead of did the horse survive? The men died. The men and the horses fell to the ground in shock. I think it's not clear enough for me to raise the horse death counter. Ergo, I think I have to rule that the horses survived. Okay? Let's see. All right. 25% of you voted that the horse would survive. Oh, heck. Hold on. I want to see the bigger pop-up. Toasty! Wait, girl! I didn't even know you were online. Wait, I didn't even see you go live. Toasty. Toasty! Oh my god. Queen Toasty. How was your stream? Holy shit. Oh my gosh. You guys, make sure you're following the Queen of Toast. Sneaky little Toasty stream. Oh, man. I'm sorry for missing it. I didn't know you were going live tonight, and I didn't even see the going live announcement. Did I eat the Toasty? I'd like to ask that you respect my privacy at this time. Hello everyone. Toasty, how was your stream? Oh my goodness. It's so good to see you. Toasty, I know that you're like, probably have to pop off very, very quickly, you know, limit your screen time and all of that. Let me give you a quick little Nammy Tracy. You're wearing your bookworm sweater. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Queen Toasty. You. You. E. E. N. T. O. A. S. T. Y. Queen Toasty. Queen Toasty. Oh my goodness. Hello. And hello, all you lovely crumbs. I don't actually know. Is that a, what do you call your community members, Toasty? Oh god. That was a horrible sound. I'm so sorry for abusing your eardrums. That was terrible. Hi everyone. If you are new here, degenerates, croutons would also be cute. croutons would also be cute. I'm Faolkor. We do a mixture of. They're croutons? It is croutons? Okay, cool. We do a mixture of reading and traditional ASMR triggers. Hi, Ultra Chan. Crumbs is your channel point. Okay, cool. Love it. You have come in on our monthly bonus stream, which is either a Mythology Monday or Folklore Friday, depending on the day of the week we do it on, where we read folklore, mythology, fairy tales. Tonight we are reading Tales from King Arthur. The ASMR equivalent of hair pulling, and I'm here for it. Ayo. But yeah, get cozy, you guys. We are reading some stories. Lemon Slut, thank you for the 7-stream streak. You're crawling directly after you share into bed. Yes. Absolutely. Oh, you've had. I'm so sorry to hear that, Toasty. Yes, please go sleep. Take your nails like that girl in that what the hell? Don't do. I mean, yes, everyone be nice to me, but that's. Okay. You guys came in right between stories, so that is wonderful. Get cozy, everyone, if you'd like to hear about how the round table began. I have to, Toasty, because they keep dying in my stories. But it gives me the heebies. Like carpentry nails. Oh, cool. I like that more. Yeah, 2 horses have died so far tonight. Good night, Toasty. Good night. Okay. Also, if any of you are interested, I also have a YouTube channel, and I am currently also live over at the first of those links there, which is where the reading content is, and then the second link is for specifically just like triggers. Here on Twitch we consider it all ASMR, but I do separate it on YouTube, so if you're interested. Sage, that is false. I love horses. This is why it's such a sick cosmic joke. Okay. How the Round Table began. It was told in the story of the questing beast that King Arthur married the daughter of Leodegrance, king of Cameliard, but there was not space there to say how it came about. And as the tales of the Round Table are full of this lady, Queen Guinevere, it is well that anybody who reads this book should learn how she became queen. Hi, Spaces over on YouTube. Hello. Can you start ranking the books you read us on a scale of 0 to 10? Mama, thank you for the follow. After King Arthur had fought and conquered many enemies, he said one day to Merlin, whose counsel he took all the days of his life, "My barons will let me have no rest, but bid me take a wife, and I've answered them that I shall take none, except you advise me." "It is well," replied Merlin, "that you should take a wife, but is there any woman that you love better than another?" "Yes," said Arthur, "I love Guinevere, daughter of Leodegrance, king of Cameliard, in whose house is the round table that my father gave him. This maiden is the fairest that I have ever seen, nor ever shall see." "Sir," answered Merlin, "what you say as to her beauty is true, but If your heart was not set on her, I could find you another as fair and of more goodness than she. Damn, Merlin. But if a man's heart is once set, it is idle to try to turn him. Then Merlin asked the king to give him a company of knights and esquires, that he might go to the court of King Leodegrance and tell him that King Arthur desired to wed his daughter, which Arthur did gladly. Therefore Merlin rode forth and made all the haste he could till he came to the castle of Cameliard and told King Leodegrance who had sent him and why. Does more goodness mean less likely to sleep with Lancelot? Probably, yeah. Yeah, that's probably exactly what it means. Hussy. Well, that is the best news I've ever had, replied Leodegrance. For little did I think that so great and noble a king should seek to marry my daughter. As for lands to endow her with, I would give whatever he chose. But he has lands enough of his own, so I will give him instead something that will please him much more. The round table which Uther Pendragon gave me, where 150 knights can sit at one time. I myself can call to my side 100 good knights, but I lack 50, for the wars have slain many, and some are absent. And without more words, King Leodegrance gave his consent that his daughter should wed King Arthur. And Merlin returned with his knights and esquires, journeying partly by water and partly by land, till they drew near to London. When King Arthur heard of the coming of Merlin and of the knights with the round table, he was filled with joy, and said to those that stood about him, "This news that Merlin has brought me is welcome indeed, for I have long loved this fair lady, and the round table is dearer to me than great riches." Then he ordered that Sir Lancelot should ride to fetch the queen, and that preparations for the marriage and her coronation should be made, which was done. "Now, Merlin," said the king, "go and look about my kingdom, and bring 50 of the bravest and most famous knights that can be found throughout the land." But no more than 28 knights could Merlin find. With these, Arthur had to be content, and the Bishop of Canterbury was fetched, and he blessed the seats that were placed by the round table, and the knights sat in them. Yeah, 150, like, this is a huge table. It would absolutely be, like, made in separate pieces and transported in separate pieces. Like, that's just... How could you even hear someone across the table from you? Now, Merlin. Oh, no, wait, I already read that. Okay. "Fair sirs," said Merlin, when the bishop had ended his blessing, "arise, all of you, and pay homage to the king." So the knights arose to do his bidding, and in every seat was the name of the knight who had sat on it, written in letters of gold. But 2 seats were empty. After that, young Gawain came to the king, and prayed him to make him a knight on the day that he should wed Guinevere. "That I will gladly," replied the king, "for you are my sister's son." Wait, what? I thought his sister's son is Mordred. Gawain? How many sisters does Arthur have? And I didn't... Okay. Hi, thank you. Thank you, Powder. Okay. More or less dread. As the king was speaking, a poor man entered the court, bringing with him a youth about 18 years old, riding on a lean mare, though it was not the custom for gentlemen to ride on mares. "Where is King Arthur?" asked the man. "Yonder," answered the knights. "Have you business with him?" "Yes," said the man, and he went and bowed low before the king. "I've heard, O King Arthur, flower of knights and kings, that at the time of your marriage you would give any man the gift he should ask for." "That is truth," answered the king, "as long as I do no wrong to other men or to my kingdom." Is it Tarun? Am I saying that right? I'm from Canada. Hello. Taryn? It might be Taryn. Hello. "I thank you for your gracious words," said the poor man. "The boon I would ask is that you make my son a knight." "It is a great boon to ask," answered the king. "What is your name?" "Sir, my name is Ares, the cowherd." "Is it you or your son who has thought of this honor?" "It is my son who desires it, not I," replied the man. "I have 13 sons who tend cattle and work in the fields if I bid them. But this boy will do nothing but shoot and cast darts, or go to watch battles and look on knights, and all day long he beseeches me to bring him to you, so that he may be knighted also." "What is your name?" said Arthur, turning to the young man. "Sir, my name is Tor." "Where is your sword, that I may knight you?" said the king. "It is here, my lord." "Take it out of its sheath," said the king, "and require me to make you a knight." Then Tor jumped off his mare and pulled out his sword. Raiders! Hello, welcome in. Oh my goodness. Hello, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Is it Briba or Briba? Please let me know. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Oh, and Gentle Tap, thank you so much for gifting us up. Is the first one Briba? Perfect. Hi, Briba. Welcome in. Make sure you guys go and drop a follow for Briba. Were you doing ASMR? Let me drop a follow for you. There we go. And I'm sorry if I've asked you that before. Sometimes my head is full of holes. You were doing ASMR. Wonderful, wonderful. Awesome. Well, welcome in, you guys. It is so good to have you join us. If you're new here on Faolkor, we do a mixture of ASMR triggers and reading, but still, cozy ASMR style reading and story time. You have joined us as we are reading some tales from King Arthur for our monthly bonus folklore stream. So it is wonderful that you could join us. Briba, I would love to give you a little name trace, but of course, please feel free to pop out whenever you need to. Okay, thank you. I'm like, ugh, I know that there are people that I sometimes ask, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna fix that in my memory, and then I always feel bad about that. But yeah, welcome in, you guys. Hi, Smush. Alright, breathe, B. B. R. I. B. A. Underscore. B. E. E. great. It's so lovely to have you here. And yeah, I've dropped you a follow. I'm looking forward to checking out your stuff. Someone tell you, Dizzy, go get yourself some water. Is it a red lightsaber? It was. But now it's a yellow lightsaber, so, you know. Now it's a color changing lightsaber, so, what am I? Flexible morality. Yeah, Brava, please feel free to hang out or fade out, whichever you need to do. And for for anyone new here, usually we do reading sections where we have trigger requests paused, and then we'll do sections where we unpause the triggers. Right now, trigger requests are paused, although anyone who subs or gifts a sub or cheers can request a name trace, but we're just doing reading tonight. From Canada, I thought Asgard. You're gonna read and run, totally. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Have a good night. Have a good night. Oh my goodness, these bangs are gonna drive me crazy as they're growing out. They're gonna drive me crazy. Okay. Alright. Oh dear, this one is very short and is called The Passing of Merlin. Sir Tor proved before long by his gallant deeds that he was worthy to sit in one of the 2 empty seats of the Round Table. You are correct, DJ. Let me hide that person. Also, I don't even know if that person was calling me a poop or asking me if I poop, so it's not even very effective trolling. Oh, no, someone just posted in the YouTube chat with just the words, "you poop." Like, is that calling me a poop, or is it supposed to be a question? Like, do you poop? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. It's okay, Fidge. No worries. Do you know, poop? I was just kind of ignoring it. Okay. Ew. Sorry. What the fuck? No. Okay. It's that time of night again. Welp. Thanks, bitch. Sorry. I know I shouldn't pay them any attention, but some of them are just really funny. You don't say that. Powder, why would you say that to anyone ever? That's not normal human interaction. Maybe with like your best friend, and even then it's weird. The only acceptable circumstance is like your doctor, or if you're a doctor. But you think it's propaganda? Yeah, it's just big poop trying to brainwash you, deep fried. Are they asking for uppies? No. No. Now you're curious. Someone said I would love to hear about your poop. It's not okay, you guys. That's not how we have conversation. Why do you all want uppies then? Like, okay, you guys, we're trying to read about Merlin fucking dying. Can we focus on the story? No uppies. No uppies. Because we're about to read about Merlin being buried alive, and that just feels... Okay. Merlin wants uppies too. He probably does want uppies. Once he's buried under the earth alive, he would probably love some uppies. Yeah. Okay. Sir Tor proved before long by his gallant deeds that he was worthy to sit in one of the 2 empty seats of the round table. Many of the other knights went out also in search of adventures, and one of them, Sir Pellinore, brought a damsel of the lake to Arthur's court, and when Merlin saw her, he fell in love with her, so that he desired to be always in her company. How old is Merlin actually at this point? Because he appeared as a boy, he appeared as, like, an old man, but, like, you know? Oh my god, Gandalf the White is in chat. YouTube chat shall not pass. You're gonna block it all, Gandalf? Merlin is the same age as Val. If you'll believe it, Merlin is older than me. I'm only a few centuries old. Merlin is like old lore. Okay. The damsel laughed in secret at Merlin, but made use of him to tell her all she would know, and the wizard had no strength to say her nay, though he knew what would come of it, for he told King Arthur that before long he should be put into the earth alive for all his cunning. He likewise told the king many things that should befall him, and warned him always to keep the scabbard, as well as the sword Excalibur, and foretold that both sword and scabbard should be stolen from him by the woman whom he most trusted. Brent Lee Bannister, hello, thank you for the follow. Oh, Taco Cat, thank you for the pity. Hi, Sammy. I don't know what you're saying. You will miss my counsel sorely, added Merlin, and would give all your lands to have me back again. But since you know what will happen, said the king, you may surely guard against it. No, answered Merlin, that will not be. So he departed from the king, and the maiden followed him, whom some call Nimue, and others Vivienne. And wherever she went, Merlin went also. I think in some lore, Nimue and Vivienne are the same person, and in some lore, they're separate people. But again, I'm not an Arthurian scholar. Please let me know if anyone knows about this. But Nimue is one of my favorite names from mythology. It's just so good. Are you too comfy? It's up to you. They sealed him in a crystal cave for 1,000 years. Vivienne and Nimue did. Yeah, crystal cave where he can, like, does he, like, get magic from it, or he sees things in the crystals? They journeyed together to many places, both at home and across the seas, and the damsel wearied of him, and sought by every means to be rid of him, but he would not be shaken off. Okay, well, Merlin, it kind of sounds like you're not listening to what she wants. Like, she's not into you? You don't remember Vivian at all? I think in some versions, Vivian is the Lady of the Lake. I could listen to you all day long. Oh, well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Powder. I read on here at least 3 times a week. Oh my god. Hopefully my bangs will be grown out better in like a week or 2. Okay. At last these 2 wandered back to Cornwall, and one day Merlin showed Vivian a rock under which he said great marvels were hidden. Then Vivian put forth all her powers and told Merlin how she longed to see the wonders beneath the stone. And, in spite of all his wisdom, Merlin listened to her and crept under the rock to bring forth the strange things that lay there. And when he was under the stone, she used the magic he had taught her, and the rock rolled over him and buried him alive, as he had told King Arthur. But the damsel departed with joy and thought no more of him, now that she knew all the magic he could teach her. Okay, look, I don't condone her burying him alive, but it kind of sounds like this old man has been harassing her for like weeks and months, and she's been like traveling and trying to shake him, and he won't fucking leave her alone. And finally she just like traps him under a stone and is like, bro, like, I feel like he was given a lot of warning to just leave her alone, right? He's basically her stalker at this point. So I don't condone the burial. You know, I do support her trying to rid herself of a stalker. And the round table got its pizza. That'll be a huge pizza. Yes, if you Powder, if you look on this channel, I've only had these YouTube channels in motion since November, so I still have quite a backlog that I need to edit into playlists. But I also am putting like live readings into playlists. So some of the books, actually I think I only have 2 fully edited books up so far. Carmilla and Christmas Carol, where I've edited out like all of this kind of chit chat, and it's like just the book is left. Sorry, I'm like hiccuping a little bit. But there will be more over time. It's growing. It's growing. Everyone's the asshole. It really, there's not enough information, you know? Like, what if he has been like assaulting her? You know, like, we don't know. Then most people would probably support her like killing him in self-defense, right? She's just like, hey dude, go under this heavy stone, and he's like, I'd love to. She's just like, okay, stay there. Oh, Loki. Oh man. And that was probably really startling for you, because of course that's not like what you thought you were doing, but like who knows what that woman has been through, right? Like, that's tough. You read a version where she kept being annoyed by him for months, and she was like, you know what would make me fall for you? If you taught me a spell for trapping creepy old wizards. Absolutely. I see no way this could end up. Yeah. So
Why are you making those little noises? What's up?
Okay.
Right.
Ooh, okay. This next story is how Morgan Le Fay tried to kill King Arthur. King Arthur had a sister called Morgan Le Fay, who was skilled in magic of all sorts, and hated her brother because he had slain in a battle a knight whom she loved. Wait, who did she love? But to gain her own ends and to revenge herself upon the king, she kept a smiling face and let none guess the passion in her heart. One day, Morgan Le Fay went to Queen Guinevere and asked her to leave to go into the country. The queen wished her to wait till Arthur returned, but Morgan Le Fay said she had had bad news and could not wait. Then the queen let her depart without delay. Early next morning at the break of day, Morgan Le Fay mounted her horse and rode all day and night, and at noon next day reached the Abbey of Nuns, where King Arthur had gone to rest, for he had fought a hard battle, and for 3 nights had slept but little. "Do not wake him," said Morgan Le Fay, who had come there knowing she would find him. "I will rouse him myself when I think he has had enough sleep." For she thought to steal his sword Excalibur from him. The nuns dared not disobey her, so Morgan Le Fay went straight into the room where King Arthur was lying fast asleep in his bed, and in his right hand was grasped the sword Excalibur. "Bye, Powder. Nice to meet you. Have a good rest of your day." When she beheld that sight, her heart fell, for she dared not touch the sword, knowing well that if Arthur waked and saw her, she was a dead woman. So she took the scabbard and went away on horseback. Red Sea! Yes, it's a Folklore Friday bonus stream. Also, welcome in Lunar Palsy. Oh dear, Lunar Palsy. Sorry for brushing my bangs, you guys. My bangs are in an awkward phase, bangs. How are you doing, Red Sea? How's your day going? Okay. Okay, so the scabbard, that means when he has the scabbard on his body, he can't bleed out. No matter his wounds, he won't bleed. It's too hot for February in your city right now. Oh man. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. To Bald Unk. I think the bangs look like crimson waterfalls of blood. Wow. Okay, look, I'll take it. But I gotta say, they're really, they're a bit of a sensory nightmare at the moment. But that is a very dramatic description that I'm kind of into. Okay. When the king awoke and missed his scabbard, he was angry and asked who had been there, and the nuns told him that it was his sister, Morgan Le Fay, who had gone away with a scabbard under her mantle. "Alas," said Arthur, "you've watched me badly." "Sir," said they, "we dared not disobey your sister." "Saddle the best horse that can be found," commanded the king, "and bid Sir Ontzlake take another and come with me." And they buckled on their armor and rode after Morgan Le Fay. They had not gone far before they met a cowherd, and they stopped to ask if he had seen any lady riding that way. "Yes," said the cowherd, "a lady passed by here with 40 horses behind her and went into the forest yonder." Then they galloped hard till Arthur caught sight of Morgan le Fay, who looked back and, seeing that it was Arthur who gave chase, pushed on faster than before. Oh my god, Sam. Is King Arthur's sword sheath the cure for endometriosis? Yeah. Why are they this miracle sheath? Don't give it to just this one dude. Give it to like the largest like group of midwives that they can share it around to whatever patient needs it the most. It's theorized they gave off low levels of radiation that burned wounds closed. What? His sword matched the description of a sword from the Middle East that had the same properties. It could cut through anything. There are, I think stories from like probably multiple cultures around the world that have these artifacts, often weapons, right? As you guys know, most of my reading of mythology has been in Irish mythology, but I've seen people draw parallels between some of the artifacts from the legends of King Arthur with the objects that the Tuatha De Danann bring to Ireland when they come there, right? Even like, so there's the sword of Lugh. Is it Lugh? Wait, does Lugh have the sword or the spear? There's a sword, a spear, a cauldron, and the Leofel, which is the king of stones, which cries out when like the king of Ireland steps upon it. Which even that, there's kind of this stone, right? The stone that knows who the king is. So there's kind of a parallel there. And I've seen the cauldron of the Dagda, which is, this is in Irish mythology, this cauldron that no one ever leaves the cauldron still hungry. No matter how many people come to feed at it, no one will leave it hungry, right? And I've seen kind of some parallels drawn between that and the Holy Grail, which is a bit more tenuous, but there's still this idea of like a cup or a bowl. Like a wolf, yeah, Pratik. That word foel is the Irish pronunciation, does mean wolf. Yeah. Yep. The Sword of Alibaba, really? We haven't yet read Arabian Nights, but that is something, hopefully this year we'll read it. Something we've been talking about reading. Yeah. Anyways, very, very interesting though. Very interesting. I need to know, because I feel like because there's Lugh of the Long Arm, and definitely either the sword or spear belongs to him, and does one of them, do they both belong to him, or does one belong to Nuaha, the silver arm, silver hand? Sorry guys. I should know this. I should know this, and it's annoying me that I don't, because I definitely should know this. The 4 treasures of the Tuatha De Danann. The Stone of Fal from Phalius. The Spear of Lugh from Gorius. The Sword of Nuaha from Phineas. And the Cauldron of the Dagda from Marius. Okay. Spear of Lugh, Sword of Nuaha. Okay, there we go. Turns out ancient people wanted magical items that made them immortal or better at killing their enemies. Yeah, in this case, the sword and the spear like never missed their mark. The cauldron, fed everyone. Yeah. And then the stone that cried out for the rightful king. The Knights Templar were broken up. A golden chalice made of rough gold was recovered that had the same properties. Interesting, okay. An Uber lichen. Okay. Alright, let's keep reading. Thank you for indulging my little diversion. Okay, so they're chasing Morgan Le Fay. And when she saw that she could not escape him, she rode into a lake that lay in the plain on the edge of the forest, and crying out, "Whatever may befall me, my brother shall not have the scabbard," she threw the scabbard far into the water, and it sank, for it was heavy with gold and jewels. After that she fled into a valley full of great stones, and turned herself and her men and her horses into blocks of marble. Scarcely had she done this when the king rode up, but seeing her nowhere, thought some evil must have befallen her in vengeance for her misdeeds. He then sought high and low for the scabbard, but could not find it, so he returned to the abbey. When Arthur was gone, Morgan Le Fay turned herself and her horses and her men back into their former shapes, and said, "Now, sirs, we may go where we will." And she departed into the country of Gore, and made her towns and castles stronger than before, for she feared King Arthur greatly. The country of Gore? Where is Gore? Wait, okay. Apparently it's a place in New Zealand. I don't think that's the one they're talking about. Gore is a mystical, often otherworldly northern kingdom in Arthurian legend. Famously ruled by King Urien and later King Bagdemagus. It is frequently portrayed as a treacherous, enchanted land, separate from Logres, or mainland Britain, by dangerous magical boundaries. Oh, okay. So it is like an enchanted land. Is Morgan the Morrigan? No. They're both dark female characters that often get portrayed as villains. I would say Morgan is more portrayed as a villain. The Morrigan is a goddess who one of her domains is war, but I don't know, she wasn't seen as evil though. No, it sounds like it's mainland Britain, but maybe it's a situation like the Isle of Avalon is in the same location as Glastonbury, but like they're kind of, one's more in like the fairy realm. Your tax. Yeah, might be something like that. Okay. Meanwhile, King Arthur had rested himself at the abbey, and afterwards he rode to Camelot and was welcomed by his queen and all his knights. When he told his adventures and how Morgan Le Fay sought his death, they longed to burn her for her treason. The next morning there arrived a damsel at the court with a message from Morgan Le Fay, saying that she had sent the king, her brother, a rich mantle for a gift, covered with precious stones, and begged him to receive it and to forgive her in whatever she might have offended him. The king answered little, but the mantle pleased him, and he was about to throw it over his shoulders when the lady of the lake stepped forward and begged that she might speak to him in private. So Lady of the Lake just hangs out in his court now, I guess. Artax, that is such a good movie. Best adaptation. It's depicted as across the sea from Camelot. Okay, interesting. You're clueless about Morgan, but you know a bit about Lilith. I mean, another dark female character. Different cultures, very different. Lilith is often portrayed as becoming like a full-on demon, kind of perennially giving birth and then eating her own babies. Again, I'm not, like, I haven't devoted scholarship to this area, so I only know like bits and pieces. But of course, and she doesn't exist in like the Christian tradition, but specifically the Jewish tradition. And I'm not actually sure if the pages that she exists in, if they are accepted as canon or not. But she starts in the story as like the first wife of Adam, who refuses to be subservient. And so if we are accepting her as canon, which already is a stretch, if we just suspend disbelief and accept her as canon, even in that case, is it that she actually becomes a demon, or is she just demonized for not being subservient? She's definitely a very interesting and controversial character, which she has 100% been co-opted. I don't know if I want to use that word. Embraced by modern feminist spirituality in a very empowering way. I feel like a lot of women find empowerment in her story. She's very interesting. Very interesting. Welcome to chat, Big Daddy Dumpy. We're talking about Lilith. Yep. And she is from Jewish tradition, but again, I'm not sure if she's actually like in the Torah or if it's like surrounding literature or myth. It might be the second. So again, I don't know if she's seen as like canon within the scriptures. So I'm not an expert on this. Oh, it's a beautiful name, yeah. Whereas the Morrigan, but she is like, her portrayal, she becomes a demon figure. She's also the daughter of Asherah. Well, if you take her as being the original wife of Adam, it's that Adam and Lilith are both created from the dust, and so they are literally equals, but she refuses to be subservient, so then she gets cast out, and Eve is created from a part of Adam, so she is literally subservient. But I don't know, there may be other documents that describe her differently. But there's a difference between that and the depiction of the Morrigan from Irish mythology, who is a goddess, and although she does preside over like the domain of war, is often seen like in the figure of a raven or bringing ravens to the battlefield. It's not necessarily seen as like an evil figure. War would have been like a necessary and even like epic, empowering thing, even though it's always been like a miserable thing. But we have these stories about warriors like Cuchulainn who like are told, if you take up arms, you're gonna die really young, but your name will live forever because of your epic deeds in battle. And he chooses, I'd rather be epic in battle and die young, you know. So like that kind of war glory was seen as like a positive thing, even though there's tragedy involved. So a goddess of war would not necessarily have been like, she wouldn't have been evil. And then Morgan Le Fay is different again in that she is, I think, at least half mortal, if not it. Is she half mortal or fully mortal? But she does have magic and ties to, like, I mean, Le Fay means the fairy, right? And often, oh, I don't know if I should say often, that implies that I've read like the majority of Arthurian literature, which would be dishonest. But she is sometimes at least portrayed as being kind of a foil to Christianity. Which again, this is just me surmising, not being an expert, but like, because the Arthurian legends predate Christianity, that could have been like just a useful narrative tool for the people originally writing down these legends to be able to have a character who embodies a lot of these pre-Christian elements and then to villainize her. Like, that could have been a useful narrative tool in order to promote Christianity as the good and holy religion. If you disagree with me, please feel free to, you know, sorry, if anyone's watching this after the fact also, feel free to talk with me in the comments or whatever. I love mythology, but obviously I there's so much of it. I would like to be more learned in Arthurian legends, but I'm definitely not an expert. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Jay Wofen. Thank you. You stand Lilith. Sorry, I was in my head there thinking, let me read some of your comments that I missed. The only book that mentions Lilith in the Torah or the Bible is Isaiah. Is she mentioned in Isaiah? Okay. Isaiah 34:14, around the 8th to 6th century BCE. Okay, interesting. Usually translated as night creature or screech owl rather than a proper name. Interesting. Oh, I love that. Well, she does not appear in Genesis as Adam's wife. Later Jewish mythology. Okay. Cuchulainn needs his own high-budget movie. Seriously. It's like Achilles has had several. Hercules has had several. Cuchulainn is he's a demigod war hero. What more do you want? Give him a movie. Also, he literally undergoes like a Hulk transformation when he goes into a battle rage. His hair stands on end and gets like electrified, and he like distorts and one of his eyes bulges and his muscles bulge, and he like turns into a Hulk character in his battle rage. Why does he not have a blockbuster movie? He goes Super Saiyan. Yes. But here's the really cool thing. Obviously, he's a mythological character, but there's actual historical evidence that Irish warriors would put lime paste in their hair to imitate Cuchulainn's hair going white and electric in his battle rage. They would stiffen their hair with lime paste. Isn't that so cool? Oh, well, thank you for the follow, Big Daddy Dumpy. In Isaiah, she could just be a demon that has nothing to do with the wife of Adam. Okay. So she appears in the Bible's, the Old Testament / Torah, as a demon, and then later Jewish mythology, which is not considered canon. Is that fair to say? describes her as Adam's first wife. Would the literature that describes her as Adam's wife, would that be kind of on the same level as something like we recently read the Odyssey, right? The Odyssey, though, is a work of fiction. It's not actually like canon mythology, right? Would it be kind of along the lines of that? She's on incantation bowls of Jewish Mesopotamians, binding her to protect homes, infants, and pregnant women, starting in the 4th century. Okay. The famous medieval legend of Lilith as Adam's first wife, created equally from dust, he refuses subservience, leaves Eden, and becomes a demon, killing infants or seducing men, does not appear until the anonymous alphabet of Ben Sira in the 8th to 10th centuries, Common Era, a satirical Hebrew work. This is elaborated in the Zohar, 13th century, and later Kabbalistic folklore, but is absent from the Bible or early rabbinic texts. Thank you for that context, Loki. Very interesting. Thank you, thank you. If it didn't destroy their hair, I don't know. They're dumb warriors. Oh yeah, Cuchulain's spear, the guy Bolg, is terrifying. Yeah. Yeah. Did we forget Medusa? I mean, Medusa is another dark female character who had a feminist revamp, right? I mean, the earliest descriptions of Medusa is that she is one of the Gorgons, right? She has sisters, and they're just monsters. They're just straight up have always been monsters, right? And it was later she was turned into the character who was cursed with this, right? Okay. There is a trend of dark, even evil, or at least controversial female characters being embraced by feminist spiritual movements, which is I mean, it's cool. It's I can see why that would be empowering, right? Because some of these characters, the way they're described is like, yeah, like that's unequivocally like an evil thing. Like eating babies is, you know, but again, like we were talking about, like this idea of like in the narratives intentionally villainizing some of these women in order to skew a narrative, right? Anyways, let's jump back in. I freaking love this kind of conversation, though. If Adam didn't tell Eve, no one would even know. Yeah, true. True. You're reading Circe? Oh, that's on my TBR. I literally own it. I need to read it. Sometimes, how dare you? Okay. All right. So she gives him, Morgan Le Fay gives this decorative mantle to Arthur. Artax, thank you for the 300 biddies. That's really kind of you. Thank you. And he wants to put it on. And then the Lady of the Lake steps forward and says that she wants to talk to him in private. What is it? Asked the king. We'll say on here, and fear nothing. Sir, said the lady, do not put on this mantle, or suffer your knights to put it on, till the bringer of it has worn it in your presence. Your words are wise, answered the king. I will do as you counsel me. Damsel, I desire you to put on this mantle that you have brought me, so that I may see it. Sir, said she, it does not become me to wear a king's garment. By my head, cried Arthur. "You shall wear it before I put it on my back, or on the back of any of my knights." And he signed to them to put it on her. And she fell down dead, burnt to ashes by the enchanted mantle. Then the king was filled with anger, more than he was before, that his sister should have dealt so wickedly by him. End of chapter. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. I don't know how this name is meant to be pronounced. If it is French pronunciation, it would be Beaumain. But, like, I don't know. Okay. Apparently. Okay, this is. 'Cause it means, like. Good hands, beautiful hands. Okay, apparently. Okay, so for the nickname in Arthurian legend, it's Beaumains or Bowmans. Beaumains. Okay. Summoning Bowman. No, that's different origin. Okay. What Beaumains asked of the king. As Pentecost drew near, King Arthur commanded that all the knights of the Round Table should keep a feast at a city called Kinkenadon, hard by the sands of Wales, where there was a great castle. Now, it was the king's custom that he would eat no food on the day of Pentecost, which we call Whit Sunday, until he had heard or seen some great marvel. So, on that morning, Sir Gawain was looking from the window a little before noon, when he espied 3 men on horseback, and with them a dwarf on foot, who held their horses when they alighted. Then Sir Gawain went to the king and said, "Sir, go to your food, for strange adventures are at hand." And Arthur called the other kings that were in the castle, and all the knights of the Round Table, that were 150, and they sat down to dine. When they were seated, there entered the hall 2 men, well and richly dressed, and upon their shoulders leaned the handsomest young man that ever was seen of any of them, higher than the other 2 by a cubit. He was wide in the chest and large-handed, but his great height seemed to be a burden and a shame to him. Therefore it was that he leaned on the shoulders of his friends. As soon as Arthur beheld him, he made a sign, and, without more words, all 3 went up to the high dais where the king sat. Then the tall young man stood up straight and said, "King Arthur, God bless you and all your fair fellowship, and in especial the fellowship of the Round Table. I have come hither to pray you to give me 3 gifts, which you can grant me honorably, for they will do no hurt to you or to anyone." "Ask," answered Arthur, "and you shall have your liking, and you shall have your asking." "Sir, this is my petition for the feast. For the other 2 I will ask after. Give me meat and drink for this 1 12-month. "Well," said the king, "you shall have meat and drink enough, and that I give to every man, whether friend or foe. But tell me your name." "I cannot tell you that," answered he. "Well, that is strange," replied the king, "but you are the goodliest young man I ever saw." And turning to Sir Kay, the steward, charged him to give the young man to eat and drink of the best, and to treat him in all ways as if he were a lord's son. There is little need to do that, answered Sir Kay, for if he had come of gentlemen and not of peasants, he would have asked of you a horse and armor. But as the birth of a man is, so are his requests. And seeing he has no name, I will give him one, and it shall be Beaumains, or Fair Hands, and he shall sit in the kitchen and eat broth, and at the end of a year he shall be as fat as any pig that feeds on acorns. So the young man was left in charge of Sir Kay, that scorned and mocked him. Hi, Farrell. Hello. You could do scholarly talks where we look stuff up. Just do it on Kick or a second channel or something. Wait, are you saying that to me, low-key? Yeah? Why do you say do it on Kick or a second channel? You would show up for that? Hi, Nick. Why would I need to? So you don't dilute your audience. I mean, it is not unusual for us to get into conversations about mythology and folklore and storytelling in general. So I don't know. Maybe it has. I don't know if it's turned away any viewers in the past when we get into those conversations, but wine. Oh no, it's actually just flavored water. I just really enjoy wine glasses or goblets to drink out of. They're more comfortable and fun. Taco Cat, thank you for the biddy. Okay. Alright, so why is Sir Kay being such an asshole? Sir Lancelot and Sir Gawain were wroth when they heard what Sir Kay said, and bade him leave off his mocking, for they believed the youth would turn out to be a man of great deeds. But Sir Kay paid no heed to them, and took him down to the great hall, and set him among the boys and lads, where he ate sadly. After he had finished eating, both Sir Lancelot and Sir Gawain bade him come to their room, and would have had him eat and drink there, but he refused, saying that he was bound to obey Sir Kay, into whose charge the king had given him. So he was put into the kitchen by Sir Kay, and slept nightly with the kitchen boys. This he bore for a whole year, and was always mild and gentle, and gave hard words to no one. Only, whenever the knights played at tourney, he would steal out and watch them, and Sir Lancelot gave him gold to spend and clothes to wear, and so did Gawain. Also, if there were any games held whereat he might be, none could throw a bar nor cast a stone as far as he, by 2 good yards. I don't have a YouTube account, so you can't chat over there, but you don't mind lurking. Oh, thank you, Dizzy. Yeah, that would still count for watch hours, I think. You notice there's different people here for reading than there are for ASMR. Yeah, there are some people that are more interested in one than the other. But I think a decent amount of people enjoy both. I don't feel like there's too much of a split in the audience. Yeah. There may become more overlapping people that like ASMR, and others like music, and others like gaming. Yeah. Hey, Butterscotch. Hey. You're more present here for reading. When it's ASMR time, you're listening but doing other stuff. Right. Yeah. For me, it all basically falls under the umbrella, though, of like a cozy space. Like, there are some people that enjoy the reading, but it's to like fall asleep to, and then there are other people that enjoy the reading because they want to talk about books and they want to like really listen to the story, and both are fine, right? Same with ASMR. Some people want the ASMR to fall asleep to, and others are paying a lot of attention because they want to like get the tingles or be like chatting with people. So, yeah, I don't know. The reason that I've split the content on YouTube, the main reason I've split the content on YouTube is because I've heard of a lot of ASMR channels just getting like unfair strikes against them and being like taken down, and also like sponsors not wanting to work with ASMR artists because it has a reputation of being sexualized, and I just thought it was safer then that like hopefully it won't ever happen, but if my ASMR channel ever like went down or whatever, that hopefully my archive of readings would still be up, right? That's why I dip out or don't show up sometimes when you're reading, because I know I'll be too interested and won't sleep. See, that's fair too. That's fair too. Yeah. Yeah. And also I know that like if I'm reading and people want to be like actively chatting with me, I'm a very chatty person, but when I'm reading, I'm chatting less because I'm reading. The perfect demographic to sell pillows, blankets, and noodles. I mean, I have seen on YouTube some ASMR artists being like, I mean the big ones, you know, like being sponsored by like mattress brands and things like that. But yeah, you tend to pay attention to reading, but you'll often be playing games in the background. Yeah, which is totally fair. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, Loki, thank you for the tip. For the 690. Okay, thank you. That's very sweet of you. Reading is just chatting using someone. No, it's not, because I'm just reading at you rather than it being a back and forth. Okay. Alright, let's see what happens. Thus the year passed by, till the feast of Whitsuntide came again, and this time the king held it at Carlion. But King Arthur would eat no meat at Whitsuntide till some adventures were told him, and glad was he when a squire came and said to him, "Sir, you may go to your food, for here is a damsel with some strange tales." At this, the damsel was led into the hall and bowed low before the king and begged he would give her help. "For whom?" asked the king, "and what is the adventure?" "Sir," answered she, "my sister is a noble lady of great fame, who is besieged by a tyrant and may not get out of her castle. And it is because your knights are said to be the noblest in all the world that I came to you for aid." "What is your sister's name, and where does she dwell? And who is the man that besieges her, and where does he come from?" "Sir King," answered she, "as for my sister's name, I cannot tell you now, but she is a lady of great beauty and goodness, and of many lands. As for the tyrant who besieges her, he is called the Red Knight of the Red Lawns." "I know nothing of him," said the king. "But I know him," cried Sir Gawain, "and he is one of the most dangerous knights in the world. Men say he is the strength of 7, and once when we had crossed swords, I hardly escaped from him with my life." Do you get demographic information on your end? I do. Yeah. I haven't checked it super recently, but yeah, Twitch doesn't give as much information as YouTube, but it does share what country your viewers come from, whether they're male, female, or other, and what device they watch from, like mobile or desktop or whatever. Yeah. Hi, Kit Kat. Hello. Yeah. Actually, it was pretty rad. I was checking the demographics on YouTube and the YouTube analytics, and I mean, it's just kind of expected on Twitch. Like, most viewership on Twitch is gonna be male. There's just an imbalance in the user base. But I was just checking the YouTube analytics, and it was like 50-50, which is awesome. It was actually like slightly more. It was like 49-something% men, 51% women. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, ladies. Alright. Fair damsel, then said the king, there are many knights here who would go gladly to the rescue of your lady, but none of them shall do so with my consent, unless you will tell us her name and the place of her castle. Then I must speak further, said the damsel. But before she had made answer to the king, up came Beaumains and spoke to Arthur, saying, Sir King, I thank you that for this whole year I have lived in your kitchen and had meat and drink, and now I will ask you for the 2 gifts that you promised me on this day. Ask them, answered the king. Sir, these shall be my 2 gifts. First, grant me the adventure of this damsel, for it is mine by right. You shall have it, said the king. Then, sir, you shall bid Sir Lancelot du Lac to make me a knight, for I will receive knighthood at the hands of no other. All this shall be done, said the king. Fie on you, cried the damsel. Will you give me none but a kitchen boy to rescue my lady? And she went away in a rage and mounted on her horse. Aw, Nick. Not forgotten. Never forgotten. I know, ladies on the internet. I know. Doesn't really surprise me. My girlfriend pretty much only watches YouTube. She stopped watching cool shows and ages ago. I mean, there is a decent amount of women on Twitch, but it's still not as balanced. Okay. No sooner had she left the hall than a page came to Beaumains and told him that a horse and fair armor had been brought for him. Also, there had arrived a dwarf carrying all things that a knight needed, and when he was armed there were fewer men that were handsomer than he, and the court wondered greatly whence these splendid trappings had come. Then Beaumains came into the hall and took farewell of the king, and Sir Gawain, and Sir Lancelot, and prayed Sir Lancelot that he would follow after him. So he departed, and rode after the damsel. Many looked upon him and marveled at the strength of his horse. Whoa. It's because he's so huge. I thought it was going to be like the strength of him. It's like, damn, his horse must be really strong to carry him. And its golden trappings, and envied Beaumains his shining coat of mail. But they noted that he had neither shield nor spear. I will ride after him, laughed Sir Kay, and see if my kitchen boy will own me for his better. Leave him and stay at home, said Sir Gawain and Sir Lancelot, but Sir Kay would not listen, and sprang upon his horse. Like, at this point, he just wants to be a bully. Does Twitch have gendered demographics? There is a place where you can I forget where exactly, but there's a place where you can state your gender. But honestly, in the demographics, it kind of shows the biggest category is like other or undisclosed. And then the next biggest category of, in terms of my viewership, is male and then female. So if all the viewers that fell into the first category disclose their genders, who knows what the result would be. But most people don't tell Twitch. Okay, not a non. Sleep well. Oh, it was good to see you. And sometimes there are like surveys or whatever that Twitch will give you. It might find out through that. Yeah. Wait, what looks so busy? Locaton? Oh, Twitch. You don't like the UI? Yeah, I don't find it too bad, but okay. Okay. Just as Beaumains came up with the damsel, Sir Kay reached Beaumains and said, "Beaumains, do you not know me?" Beaumains turned and looked at him and answered, "Yes, I know you for an ill-mannered knight, therefore beware of me." At this, Sir Kay put his spear in rest and charged him, and Beaumains drew his sword and charged Sir Kay and dashed aside the spear and thrust him through his side so that Sir Kay fell down as if he had been dead, and Beaumains took his shield and spear for himself. Then he sprang on his own horse, bidding first his dwarf take Sir Kay's horse, and rode away. All this was seen by Sir Lancelot, who had followed him, and also by the damsel. He's like, for my first act as a knight, I'm gonna kill the king's brother. In a little while, Beaumains stopped and asked Sir Lancelot if he would tilt with him, and they came together with such a shock that both the horses and their riders fell to the ground and were bruised sorely. Sir Lancelot was the first to rise, and he helped Beaumains from his horse, and Beaumains threw his shield from him and offered to fight on foot. Then they rushed together like wild boars, turning and thrusting and parrying for the space of an hour, and Sir Lancelot marvelled at the young man's strength, and thought he was more like a giant than a knight, and dreading lest he himself should be put to shame, he said, "Beaumains, do not fight so hard. We have no quarrel that forbids us to leave off." "That is true," answered Beaumains, laying down his arms, "but it does me good, my lord, to feel your might." Oh my. "Well," said Sir Lancelot, "I promise you I had much ado to save myself from you unashamed, therefore have no fear of any other knight." "Do you really think I could stand against another proved knight?" said Beaumains. "Yes," said Lancelot. "If you fight as you have fought today, I will be your warrant against anyone." "Then I pray you," cried Beaumains, "give me the order of knighthood." "You must first tell me your name," replied Lancelot, "and who are your kindred?" "You will not betray me if I do?" asked Beaumains. "No, that I will never do till it is openly known," said Lancelot. "Then, sir, my name is Gareth, and Sir Gawain is my brother." "Oh, sir," cried Lancelot, "I am gladder of you than ever I was, for I was sure you came of good blood, and that you did not come to the court for meat and drink only." And he bade him kneel, and gave him the order of knighthood. "Are you wearing lights incorporated in your hair?" "Nope. Nope." It's Stacy FM, thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome in. Fidge, why are you calling me a worsty? Why are you calling me names? What is this? Hey Kavuya, hello. After that, Sir Gareth wished to go his own ways, and departed. When he was gone, Sir Lancelot went back to Sir Kay, and ordered some men that were by to bear him home on a shield, and in time his wounds were healed. But he was scorned of all men, and especially of Sir Gawain and Sir Lancelot, who told him it was no good deed to treat any young man so, and no one could tell what his birth might be, or what had brought him to the court. The best baddie is a worsty. I mean, it doesn't really have the same, like, vibe to it, though. The braided oh, okay. Yeah, no, there's no lights in it. Then Beaumains rode after the damsel, who stopped when she saw him coming. "What are you doing here?" said she. "Your clothes smell of the grease and tallow of the kitchen. Do you think to change my heart towards you because of yonder knight whom you slew? No, truly, I know well who you are, you turner of spits. Go back to King Arthur's kitchen, which is your proper place." "Damsel," replied Beaumains, "you may say to me what you will, but I shall not quit you, whatever you may do. For I have vowed to King Arthur to relieve the lady in the castle, and I shall set her free, or die fighting for her." "Fie on you, scullion," answered she. "You will meet with one who will make you such a welcome that you would give all the broth you ever cooked never to have seen his face." "I shall do my best to fight him," said Beaumains, and held his peace. Soon they entered the wood, and there came a man flying towards them, galloping with all his might. "Oh, help! Help, Lord!" cried he, "for my master lies in a thicket, bound by 6 thieves, and I greatly fear they will slay him." "Show me the way," said Sir Beaumains, and they rode together till they reached the place where the knight lay bound. Then Sir Beaumains charged the 6 thieves, and struck one dead, and another still, and the other 3 fled, not liking the battle. Sir Beaumains pursued them till they turned at bay, and fought hard for their lives. But in the end, Sir Beaumains slew them, and returned to the knight, and unbound him. The knight thanked Beaumains heartily for his deliverance, and prayed him to come to his castle, where he would reward him. "Sir," said Beaumains, "I was this day made knight by noble Sir Lancelot, and that is reward enough for anything I may do. Besides, I must follow this damsel." But when he came near her, she reviled him as before, and bade him ride far from her. "Do you think I set store by what you have done? You will soon see a sight that will make you tell a very different tale." At this the knight whom Beaumains had rescued rode up to the damsel, and begged that she would rest in his castle that night, as the sun was now setting. The damsel agreed, and the knight ordered a great supper, and gave Sir Beaumains a seat above the seat of the damsel, who rose up in anger. "Fie, fie, Sir Knight," cried she. "You are uncourteous to set a mere kitchen page before me. He is not fit to be in the company of high-born people." Her words struck shame into the knight, and he took Beaumains and set him at a side table, and seated himself before him. In the early morning, like, he still saved your fucking life, even if you don't know that he is from noble birth, but even if he wasn't, he still saved your fucking life. In the early morning, Sir Beaumains and the damsel bade farewell to the knight, and rode through the forest till they came to a great river, where stood 2 knights on the further side, guarding the passage. "Well, what do you say now?" asked the damsel. "Will you fight them or turn back?" "I would not turn if there were 6 or more of them," answered Sir Beaumains, and he rushed into the water, and so did one of the knights. They came together in the middle of the stream, and their spears broke in two with the force of the charge, and they drew their swords, hitting hard at each other. At length Sir Beaumains dealt the other knight such a blow that he fell from his horse, and was drowned in the river. Then Beaumains put his horse at the bank, where the second knight was waiting for him, and they fought long together, till Sir Beaumains clave his helmet in 2. I don't know if I've ever seen clave as a past tense of cleave. I feel like I've only ever seen it cleaved. Clave. So he left him dead, and rode after the damsel. "Alas," she cried, "that even a kitchen page should have the power to destroy 2 such knights. You think you have done mighty things, but you are wrong. As to the first knight, his horse stumbled, and he was drowned before you ever touched him. And the other you took from behind, and struck him when he was defenseless." "Damsel," answered Beaumains, "you may say what you will, I care not what it is, so I may deliver this lady." "Fie, foul kitchen knave, you shall see knights that will make you lower your crest." "I pray you be more civil in your language," answered Beaumains, "for it matters not to me what knights they be. I will do battle with them." Cleave still can mean that, low-key. Cleave is a really weird word, which can either mean to split apart or to stick together. Very, very odd. It's a category of words known as contronyms. Very strange. But in this context, it's very clear that he split his helmet open. But yeah, no, both meanings are still used today. Don't say Faolkor cleave. That sounds like it's about something else. Except once in a blue moon. Naso, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I mean, but like if you think of the type of knife called a cleaver, right? Because it's used to split something apart. Obviously, cleavage. Which isn't always to do with boobs. It's also used in like rocks and things. You've never seen the word in ASL. Lemon slut, how did I said the word cleavage and you just came into chat? Summoned the lemon slut. The family stream. I'm talking about words. I'm a word nerd. I meant to summon a demon, not a lemon. Oh, Thor. I've eaten a little bit. I'll eat a bigger meal after stream. Doesn't cleavage help make families, though? Like in a tangential way, maybe? Cursive, it'll get ya. Okay. Like mitosis, exactly. Okay, let's see. This woman is really trying my patience. Cleave doesn't. Okay. Is there a single sign, Nick? If you're talking about splitting something apart, is there a sign for that? Because isn't it true that in ASL, there might be one sign, and that could be a stand-in for, like, several synonyms? So in writing, there might be several words, but if you're signing it all out, like a few of those synonyms would be represented by one singular sign. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah. This woman is really trying my patience, is what I think in my head all stream. Like, you don't have to be here, Fitch. Okay. I'm trying to turn you back for your own good, answered she, for if you follow me, you are certainly a dead man. As well I know all you have won before has been by luck. Say what you will, damsel, said he, but where you go, I will follow you. And they rode together till eventide, and all the way she chid him and gave him no rest. Again, I feel like today we would see chided instead of chid. At length they reached an open space where there was a black lawn, and on the lawn a black hawthorn, whereon hung a black banner on one side and a black shield and spear, big and long, on the other. Close by stood a black horse covered with black silk, fastened to a black stone. A knight, covered with black armor, sat on the horse, and when she saw him, the damsel bade him ride away, as his horse was not saddled. But the knight drew near and said to her, Damsel, have you brought this knight from King Arthur's court to be your champion? No, truly, answered she. This is but a kitchen boy, fed by King Arthur for charity. Then why is he clad in armor? Asked the knight. I feel like this knight is such an edgelord. He needs like an edgelord voice, right? It is a shame that he should even bear you company. I cannot get rid of him, said she. He rides with me against my will. I would that you were able to deliver me from him. Either slay him or frighten him off, for by ill fortune he has this day slain the 2 knights of the passage. I wonder much, said the Black Knight, that any man who is well born should consent to fight with him. They do not know him, replied the damsel, and they think he must be a famous knight because he rides with me. That may be, said the Black Knight, but he is well made, and looks likely to be a strong man. Still, I promise you, I will just throw him to the ground and take away his horse and armor, for it would be a shame to me to do more. When Sir Beaumains had heard him talk thus, he looked up and said, Sir Knight, you are lightly disposing of my horse and armor, but I would have you know that I will pass this lawn, against your will or not, and you will only get my horse and armor if you can win them in fair fight. Therefore, let me see what you can do. Say you so, answered the knight. Now give up the lady at once, for it ill becomes a kitchen page to ride with a lady of high degree. It is a lie, said Beaumains. I am a gentleman born, and my birth is better than yours, as I will prove upon your body. Dang. Right, Nick. Interesting. Interesting. With that, they drew back their horses so as to charge each other hotly. Diomedes! Hi, Diomedes. Thank you for the 400 biddies. Oh my goodness, how are you doing? Oh, terrible Bing. Nay. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub. cleavage connoisseur. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Alright. With that, they drew back their horses so as to charge each other hotly, and for the space of an hour and a half they fought fiercely and well, but in the end, did you hear? Oh, you're talking about the hype train. I think there was like a foghorn or a ship's horn or something out there. But my windows are closed, so it was very faint. Okay. But in the end, a blow from Beaumains threw the knight from his horse, and he swooned and died. Then Beaumains jumped down, and seeing that the knight's horse and armor were better than his own, he took them for himself, and rode after the damsel. While they were thus riding together, and the damsel was chiding him as ever she did, they saw a knight coming towards them, dressed all in green. DJ, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Is that my brother, the Black Knight, who is with you? He asked of the damsel. No, indeed, she replied. This unhappy kitchen knave has slain your brother, to my great sorrow. Alas, sighed the Green Knight, that my brother should die so meanly at the hand of a kitchen knave. Traitor, he added, turning to Beaumains, thou shalt die for slaying my brother, for he was a noble knight, and his name was Sir Percard. I defy you, said Beaumains, for I slew him as a good knight should. Then the Green Knight seized a horn which hung from a horn tree, and blew 3 notes on it, and 2 damsels came and armed him, and fastened on him a green shield and a green spear. So the fight began and raged long, first on horseback and then on foot, till both were sore wounded. At last the damsel came and stood beside them and said, My lord the Green Knight, why, for very shame, do you stand so long fighting a kitchen knave? You ought never to have been made a knight at all. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Foghorn Like Hornet. These scornful words stung the heart of the Green Knight, and he dealt a mighty stroke which cleft asunder the shield of Beaumains. Anonymous, thank you for another gift sub. Thank you. And when Beaumains saw this, he struck a blow upon the knight's helmet, which brought him to his knees, and Beaumains leapt on him and dragged him to the ground. Then the Green Knight cried for mercy and offered to yield himself prisoner unto Beaumains. It is all in vain, answered Beaumains, unless the damsel praise me for your life. And therewith he unlaced his helmet, as though he would slay him. Fie upon thee, false kitchen page, said the damsel. I will never pray to save his life, for I am sure he is in no danger. Girl. What the heck? Anonymous? Anonymous. Holy moly. Thank you for, 11 more gift subs. Thank you. What the heck? That is so kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Geistface. How are you doing? Thank you, Anonymous. And also, Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Pharaoh down bad. Welcome in. Diomedes. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Thank you, Diomedes. Very kind of you. Thank you. What is happening here, you guys? We're at sea. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. What? An anonymous thank you for the gift sub to know you. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you. You guys are so sweet. And welcome in Dark Phoenix over on YouTube. Oh my gosh. Dudes. So nice. Thank you, thank you. You bunch of cuties. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Oh no. Oh, so thank you for the 100 biddies. Your face, that's an actual, which, no, you? That's a good one. That's a good one. Well done, them, for claiming that. Aww. Okay, well, thank you for the gift sub to a chew. Oh, so thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Well, now I'm just getting trolled. Ooh. Dude, if Beaumains and this lady end up falling in love, I'm gonna throw a fit. Ready to fall asleep to some books? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Go full lurk master mode. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Nice Cup. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Powder, welcome back. Welcome back. What kitchen dude is willing to do for a woman? Oh, he's not doing this for her. He's not doing this for her. He wants to be a knight. He wants to prove himself. He doesn't give a fuck about this lady. Alright. And he even says, before killing the Green Knight, he's like, if the lady begs for your life, I won't kill you. And she's like, I don't have to. You're gonna lose, even though he's killed everyone else so far. Fie upon thee, false kitchen page, said the damsel. I will never pray to save his life, for I am sure he is in no danger. Suffer me not to die, entreated the knight, and a word may save me. Fair knight, he went on, turning to Beaumains, save my life, and I will forgive you the death of my brother, and will do you service forever, and will bring 30 of my knights to serve you likewise. Oh my goodness. Keyturn, thank you for the 100 biddies. And Taco Cat, thank you for the 100 biddies. Very, very sweet. You guys are very kind. Very kind. It is a shame, cried the damsel, that such a kitchen knave should have you and 30 knights besides. Sir Knight, said Beaumains, I care nothing for all this, but if I am to spare your life, the damsel must ask for it. And he stepped forward as if to slay him. Let be, foul knave, then said the damsel, do not slay him. If you do, you will repent it. Damsel, answered Beaumains, it is a pleasure to me to obey you, and at your wish, I will save his life. Sir Knight with the green arms, I release you at the request of this damsel, and I will fulfill all she charges me. Good night, Nick. Go to sleep. Good night, good night. Then the Green Knight kneeled down and did him homage with his sword. I am sorry, said the damsel, for the wounds you have received, and for your brother's death, for I had great need of you both, and have much dread of passing the forest. Fear nothing, answered the Green Knight, for this evening you shall lodge in my house, and tomorrow I will show you the way through the forest. And they went with the Green Knight. But the damsel did not mend her ways with Beaumains, and evermore reviled him, till the Green Knight rebuked her, saying Beaumains was the noblest knight that held a spear, and that in the end she would find he had sprung from some great king. Mumuzilla, welcome in. Hello, raiders. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going? How was your stream tonight? Powder, yeah, I'm not in the United States. I'm in North America though. DJ Popple, hello. Mumuzilla, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream tonight? Yeah, like the Green Knight he's alright. Let me give you a shout out. There we go. Thank you so much for the raid, Mumu. Hiya Zaza, hello. For those of you who are new here, welcome in. I am Faolkor, the book dragon. We do a mixture here of traditional ASMR, which includes, traditional triggers, and also we do soft-spoken reading, which is what you've come into. Once a month we do a bonus stream where we focus on mythology and folklore and fairy tales, and tonight we are reading Tales of King Arthur. The rest of the time we're usually working our way through a novel, or sometimes we read short stories. Recently we just finished a Nancy Drew mystery, and before that we read the Odyssey, so we jump around in genres. Oh my goodness, Anonymous, thank you for the 8 gift subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. So welcome in, you guys. You missed the Odyssey? It was very, very good. Oh, thank you for the follow, Zaza. I'm also currently live on YouTube. I have 2 YouTube channels, and the first of those links is where you will find the reading, and I'm currently live over there. But I mention it because our reading of the Odyssey is up there on a playlist. It's totally unedited still, so it's just like but it does have chapter markers if you want to hop around just to the reading stuff and less of the chit chat. If you feel like giving it a listen. Yeah. So welcome in. Mumu, I hope you had a wonderful stream. You guys make sure you are dropping a follow and checking out their content. Do we have some sleepy raiders here perchance? Some sleepy raiders? Are you guys doing some cozy ASMR? Wonderful. Okay, so we are currently in the story of Beaumains, who I don't understand these characters that are all like, I can't tell you who I am. It doesn't always come to light like why they can't tell people, but ASMR and super late for me. She may have run off to get ready for bed. That's totally fair. Well, I hope if any of you feel like some story time, you'll make yourself comfortable. Yeah, it is so lovely to have you all here. Okay. Yes, so Beaumains is a very new knight. He's been bullied a bunch. He had to sleep in the kitchen for a year. He's just recently been knighted by Lancelot, but he's on a quest with a young lady who is really pissed off that he's there because she wanted, like, King Arthur to send his best men, and instead she got, like, the kitchen guy, who is a very capable warrior, but she's really snobby, so anyway, that's where we're at. Her sister is trapped in a tower or something. Okay, let's see. Right, so he spared the life of the Green Knight, who now is forgiving him for killing his brother. So the Green Knight is on Beaumain's side. Okay. And the Green Knight summoned the 30 knights who did him service, and bade him henceforth to do service to Beaumains, and keep him from treachery. And when he had need of them, he would be ready to obey his orders. So they bade each other farewell, and Beaumains and the damsel rode forth anew. In like manner did Sir Beaumains overcome the Red Knight, who was the third brother. And the Red Knight cried for mercy and offered to bring 60 knights to do him service, and Beaumains spared his life at the request of a damsel. And likewise it so happened to the person of Ind. And oh, Artax, thank you for the 100 biddies. I think he was just one of the brothers. I think that was just his, like, color scheme. Yeah, powder, I'm Canadian. At this time, the damsel prayed Beaumains to give up the fight, saying, "Sir, I wonder who you are and of what kindred you have come. Boldly you speak, and boldly you have done. Therefore, I pray you to depart and save yourself while you may, for both you and your horse have suffered great fatigues, and I fear we delay too long, for the besieged castle is but 7 miles from this place, and all the perils are past, save this one only. I dread sorely lest you should get some hurt, for this Sir Persant of End is nothing in might to the knight who has laid siege to my lady." Anonymous. Thank you for the gift sub to Pen15. Thank you. And thank you guys for that hype train. Working on level 7 there. Thank you guys. And also for the gift sub to Booba. You got one kid to bed before midnight. The other's working on artwork. Nice. The frog is yours? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Okay. But Sir Beaumains would not listen to her words, and vowed that by 2 hours after noon he would have overthrown him, and that it would still be daylight when they reached the castle. "What sort of man can you be?" answered the damsel, looking at him in wonder, "for never did a woman treat a knight as ill and shamefully as I have done you. Well, you have always been gentle and courteous to me, and no one bears himself like that, save he who is of noble blood." "Damsel," replied Beaumains, "your hard words only drove me to strike the harder, and though I ate in King Arthur's kitchen, perhaps I might have had as much food as I wanted elsewhere. But all I have done was to make proof of my friends, and whether I am a gentleman or not, fair damsel, I have done you a gentleman's service, and may perchance do you greater service before we part from each other." "Alas, fair Beaumains, forgive me all I have said and done against you." "With my heart," he answered, "and since you are pleased now to speak good words to me, I know that I hear them gladly, and there is no knight living but I feel strong enough to meet him." So, Beaumains conquered Sir Persant of End, who brought 100 knights to be sworn into his service, and the next morning the damsel led him to the castle, where the Red Knight of the Red Lawn held fast the lady. Wait, is this a different Red Knight? Well, that's confusing. Is it a different Red Knight? Heaven defend you, cried Sir Persant. When they had told him where they were going, that is the most perilous knight now living, for he has the strength of 7 men. He has done great wrongs to that lady, who is one of the fairest in all the world, and it seems to me as if this damsel must be her sister. Is not her name Lynette? Yes, sir, answered she, and my lady my sister's name is Dame Lioness. Leoness. The Red Knight has drawn out the siege for 2 years, said Sir Persant, though he may have forced an entrance many a time, but he hoped that Sir Lancelot du Lac, or Sir Tristram, or Sir Gawain should come to do battle with him. My lord, Sir Persant of Ande, said the damsel, I bid you knight this gentleman before he fight with the Red Knight. He's already been knighted. That I will gladly, replied Sir Persant. If it please him to take the order of knighthood from so simple a man as I am. Sir, answered Beaumains, I thank you for your good will, but at the beginning of this quest I was made a knight by Sir Lancelot. My name is Sir Gareth of Orkney, and Sir Gawain is my brother, though neither he nor King Arthur, whose sister is my mother, knows of it. I pray you to keep it close also. I didn't know about Arthur having another sister other than Morgan, unless, are these supposed to be Morgan's sons? Also, that's cool. Okay, they're from Orkney. Thank you for the follow, oh Hizzle. There's only so many colors you can paint your armor. Fair. Yeah, they had to repeat red. Hi, Christ. Oh, thank you. The way you read is a lullaby for me. I'm so glad you find it cozy. Now word was brought unto the besieged lady by the dwarf. I want to know more about this dwarf. What's his story? By the dwarf that her sister was coming to her with a knight sent by King Arthur. And when the lady heard all that Beaumains had done, and how he had overthrown all who stood in his way, she bade her dwarf. What, does everyone just have a dwarf? What is happening here? She bade her dwarf take baked venison and fat capons, and 2 silver flagons of wine and a gold cup, and put them into the hands of a hermit that dwelt in a hermitage close by. The dwarf did so, and the lady then sent him to greet her sister and Sir Beaumains, and to beg them to eat and drink in the hermit's cell. You gotta have a dwarf. And rest themselves, which they did. When they drew near the besieged castle, Sir Beaumains saw full 40 knights, with spurs on their heels and swords in their hands, hanging from the tall trees that stood upon the lawn. Fair sir, said the damsel, these knights come hither to rescue my sister, Dame Leoness, and if you cannot overthrow the Knight of the Red Lawn, you will hang there too. Yeah, I'm gonna... Bye. That's weird. Okay. You guys, this is a longer story. There's still a few pages left. I need to briefly stand up and stretch, and then we'll finish this story. Is that okay? my neck is hurting quite a bit. I just want to have a proper little stretch in, and then we will finish the story. So, I will be back in just a couple of minutes, okay? All right, all right. Okay. Hello again. Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh. My spine cracked so much. That's crazy. I've got like a bit of a tension headache, like where my spine meets my skull. Oh wow, we've been going for 4 hours already? What the heck? That's crazy. Wow. Okay. Ah. The stories before this were all so short. I did not expect this one to be so long. Okay. Hey, Farrell. Okay. Just trying to find where we're at. Okay, so that the lady who's imprisoned sends her dwarf with yummies to a hermitage and to bring instructions that her sister and Sir Beaumains and should stop at the and dine with the hermit. Okay. When they drew near the besieged castle, Sir Beaumains saw full 40 knights, with spurs on their heels and swords in their hands, hanging from the tall trees that stood upon the lawn. "Fair sir," said the damsel, "these knights came hither to rescue my sister, Dame Lyonesse. And if you cannot overthrow the Knight of the Red Lawn, you will hang there too." "Truly," answered Beaumains, "it is a marvel that none of King Arthur's knights has dealt with the Knight of the Red Lawn ere this." And they rode up to the castle, which had rounded high walls and deep ditches, till they came to a great sycamore tree, where hung a horn. And whoso desired to do battle with the Red Knight must blow that horn loudly. "Sir, I pray you," said Lynette, as Beaumains bent forward to seize it, "do not blow it till full noontide, for during 3 hours before that, the Red Knight's strength so increases that it is as the strength of 7 men, but when noon is come, he has the might of 1 man only." "Ah, for shame, damsel, to say such words. I will fight him as he is, or not at all." Like, what is this? What is this lack of sense? Yeah, like, why, knowing this, why would you choose to fight him when he has the strength of 7? Like, okay. And Beaumains blew such a blast that it rang through the castle, and the Red Knight buckled on his armor and came to where Beaumains stood. So the battle began, and a fierce one it was, and much ado had Beaumains to last out till noon, when the Red Knight's strength began to wane. They rested and came on again, and in the end the Red Knight yielded to Sir Beaumains, and the lords and barons in the castle did homage to the victor, and begged that the Red Knight's life might be spared on condition they all took service with Beaumains. Because strength isn't everything. No, but it's a big deal in a fight. Big deal in a fight. This was granted to them, and Lynette bound up his wounds and put ointment on them, and so she did likewise to Sir Beaumains. But the Red Knight was sent to the court of King Arthur and told him all that Sir Beaumains had done, and King Arthur and his knights marveled. Now, Sir Beaumains had looked up at the windows of Castle Perilous before the fight, and had seen the face of the Lady Lyonesse, and had thought it the fairest in all the world. After he had subdued the Red Knight, he hasted into the castle, and the Lady Lyonesse welcomed him, and he told her he had bought her love with the best blood in his body. And she did not say him nay, but put him off for a time. These sisters, I don't know about them. Then the king sent letters to her to bid her, and likewise Sir Gareth, come to his court, and by the counsel of Sir Gareth she prayed the king to let her call a tournament, and to proclaim that the knight who bore himself best should, if he was unwedded, take her and all her lands. But if he had a wife already, he should be given a white gerfalcon, and for his wife a crown of gold, set about with precious stones. So the Lady Leonesse did as Sir Gareth had counselled her, and answered King Arthur that where Sir Gareth was she could not tell, but that if the king would call a tourney, he might be sure that Sir Gareth would come to it. "And is well thought of," said Arthur, and the Lady Leonesse departed unto Castle Perilous, and summoned all her knights about her, and told them what she had done, and how they were to make ready to fight in the tournament. She began at once to set her castle in order, and to think what she should do with the great array of knights that would ride hither from the furthest parts, from Scotland and Wales and Cornwall, and how she would lodge fitly the kings, dukes, earls, and barons that should come with Arthur. Queen Guinevere also she awaited, and the Queen of Orkney, Sir Gareth's mother. But Sir Gareth entreated the Lady Leonesse, and those knights that were in the castle with him, not to let his name be known, and this they agreed to. Oh, banana, thank you. "Sir Gareth," said Dame Leonesse, "I will lend you a ring, which I beseech you for the love you bear me, to give me back when the tournament is done, for without it I have but little beauty. This ring is like no other ring, but will turn green red and blue white, and the bearer shall lose no blood, however sore he may be wounded." "Truly, my own lady," answered Sir Gareth, "this ring will serve me well, and by its help I shall not fear that any man shall know me." And Sir Gringamore, brother to the Lady Leonesse, gave him a bay horse and strong armor and a sharp sword that had once belonged to his father. On the morning of the 15th of August, oh my god, Tasia Nash, oh my goodness, welcome, hello, Babs, how you doing? Welcome in. Kiwi, thank you for the follow. Hi, Raiders. Follower goal complete. Nice. You guys, make sure you are following Tasia Nash. She is such a rad streamer and human. She does a combination of casual, chatty hangout streams where there's lots of good conversation. She does gaming streams. It's a good time over there, and she's super rad, so check her out, drop a follow. Artax, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you for gifting a Babs a sub. Welcome, and how was your stream tonight? Hello. And for those of you who are new here, I'm Faolkor. We do a mixture of traditional ASMR triggers and also cozy reading time, and you have come in on our monthly folklore mythology bonus stream, and tonight we're reading Tales of King Arthur. DJ Easyverse, thank you for the 100 biddies. Welcome in, you guys. We are reading the tale of Sir Beaumains, who's keeping his identity a secret for a lot of reasons, but basically he saved a lady, and then he wanted to marry her, and she's like, well, I'm not just gonna say yes to that, but I'm gonna hold a tournament and I'll marry whoever wins the tournament, but let me slip you this secret ring that makes it so you can't bleed out. Like, girl, just say yes to him. Like, you don't have to. Anyway, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. And why is her castle named the Castle Perilous? It feels like you're just asking for bad things to happen if you name your home Castle Perilous. I don't know. Anyways, welcome in. Paige, thank you so much for the raid. Awesome to see you as always. feel free to hang out or fade out. Whichever you need to do, make sure you're taking care of yourself. They really tested their men, yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay. Alright, alright. Okay. And Sir Gringamore, brother to the Lady Lyonesse, gave him a bay horse and strong armor and a sharp sword that had once belonged to his father. On the morning of the 15th of August, when the feast of the Assumption was kept, the king commanded his heralds to blow loudly their trumpets, so that every knight might know that he must enter the lists. It was a noble sight to see them flocking, clad in shining armor, each man with his device upon his shield, and the heralds marked them who bore them best, and who were overthrown. All marveled as to who the knight could be whose armor sometimes seemed green and sometimes white, but no man knew it was Sir Gareth. And whosoever Sir Gareth tilted with was straightway overthrown. "Of a truth," cried King Arthur, "that knight with the many colors is a good knight." Wait, which one of you was asking for Rainbow Knight? We kinda got him now. Hi, Fatalisk. Good to see you. It was you, Loki. There you go. We got our color changing knight. And he called to Sir Lancelot and bade him to challenge the knight to combat. But Sir Lancelot said that though the knight had come off victor in every fight, yet his limbs must be weary, for he had fought as a man fights under the eyes of his lady. "And for this day," said Sir Lancelot, "he shall have the honour. Though it lay in my power to put it from him, I would not." Aw, Lancelot's such a good guy. Hi, not good. How you doing? Then they paused for a while to rest, and afterwards the tournament began again more fiercely than before, and Sir Lancelot was set upon by 2 knights at once. When Sir Gareth saw that, he rode in between them, but no stroke would he deal Sir Lancelot, which Sir Lancelot noted, and guessed that it was the good knight Sir Gareth. Sir Gareth went hither and thither, smiting anyone that came in his way, and by fortune he met with his brother, Sir Gawain, and knocked off his helmet. He does lance a lot. There's a lot of lancing. DJ Easyburst, thank you for the follow. Now, it happened that while he was fighting, a knight dealt Sir Gareth a fierce blow on his helm, and he rode off the field to mend it. Then his dwarf, who had been watching eagerly, cried out to Sir Gareth to leave the ring with him, lest he should lose it while he was drinking, which Sir Gareth did, and when he had drunk and mended his helm, he forgot the ring. At which the dwarf was glad, for he knew his name could no longer be hid. And when Sir Gareth returned to the field, his armor shone yellow like gold, and King Arthur marveled what knight he was, for he saw by his hair that he was the same knight who had worn the many colors. Hi, Lucas. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome. "Go," he said to his heralds, "ride near him and see what manner of knight he is, for none can tell me his name." So a herald drew close to him and saw that on his helm was written, in golden letters, "This helm belongs to Sir Gareth of Orkney." Thank you for the follow, Cree. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Finstreak, thank you for the follow. It's so cute. It reminds me of like when you're in elementary school and you write your name on your tags. "This helm is the property of Sir Gareth." Oh, Lucas. Or is it Luca? Lucas. Thank you for the follow. You make reading this really entertaining. Low key. That is such wonderful feedback. Thank you so much. I'm so glad. And the herald cried out and made proclamation, and the kings and knights pressed to behold him. And when Sir Gareth saw he was discovered, he struck more fiercely than before, and smote down Sir Sagramore and his brother Sir Gawain. "Oh, brother," said Sir Gawain. "Oh, brother." From New Zealand. Oh, right on. Nice. "Oh, brother," said Sir Gawain, "I did not think you would have smitten me." When Sir Gareth heard him say that, he rode out of the press and cried to his dwarf, "Boy, you have played me foul, for you have kept my ring. Give it to me now, that I may hide myself." And he galloped swiftly into the forest, and no one knew where he had gone. "Dude, go give the ring to your brother so he doesn't bleed out." Yeah, the past tenses are not, like, smitten instead of smote. Get smit, bro. He just runs off into the forest. "What shall I do next?" asked he of the dwarf. "Sir," answered the dwarf, "send the Lady Lyonesse back her ring." "Your counsel is good," said Gareth. "Take it to her, and commend me to her grace, and say that I will come when I may, and bid her to be faithful to me, as I am to her." After that, Sir Gareth rode deeper into the forest. I'm so confused by what is happening here. Why would he strike down his brother? Why is he just, I don't know. Things are not happening logically. Okay. Though Sir Gareth had left the tournament, he found that there were as many fights awaiting him as if he had remained there. He overcame all his foes and sent them and their followers to do homage to King Arthur, but he himself stayed behind. He was standing alone after they had gone, when he beheld an armed knight coming towards him. Sir Gareth sprang on his horse, and without a word, the two crashed together like thunder, and strove hard for 2 hours, till the ground was wet with blood. At that time the damsel Lynette came riding by and saw what was doing, and knew who were the fighters, and she cried, Sir Gawain, leave fighting with your brother Sir Gareth." Then he threw down his shield and sword, and ran to Sir Gareth, and first took him in his arms, and next kneeled down and asked mercy of him. Wait, didn't he get his ring back? That means that he can't bleed out? Why is the ground wet with blood? DJ Seavers, thank you for the 100 biddies. I believe the English pronunciation is homage, but the French pronunciation is homage. And if I'm just like talking just conversationally, I tend to use the French pronunciation. I'll say it's an homage to blah blah blah. I think it's because this is specifically like British folklore, and like in England they would say homage. I don't know. Yeah. They're both okay. The French one is like it's a French word, and so homage is correct, but there's an English pronunciation which is accepted if you're speaking in English, just like the word visage, face for French. If you're saying it in English, you say visage. It's just the bastardized English pronunciation of it. Same Babs, yeah. I mean, I'm in Canada, so it makes sense. I think I typically prefer French pronunciations, but if I'm reading like English stuff, sometimes I will use the pronunciation that fits in there. I don't know. A ring could be some kind of tourniquet that they put on their upper arm to restrict blood. Right. Most of English is bastard words. I mean, true. True. Yeah. But yeah, you can use either homage or homage if you're speaking in English. Yeah. Okay. Why do you, who were but now so strong and mighty, so suddenly yield to me? Asked Sir Gareth, who had not perceived the damsel. Oh, Gareth, I am your brother, and have had much sorrow for your sake. At this Sir Gareth unlaced his helm and knelt before Sir Gawain, and they rose and embraced each other. Ah, my fair brother, said Sir Gawain, I ought rightly to do you homage. Even if you were not my brother, for in this 12-month you have sent King Arthur more knights than any 6 of the best men of the Round Table. While he was speaking, there came the Lady Lynette, and healed the wounds of Sir Gareth and Sir Gawain. We don't borrow words, we hunt down other languages and beat them bloody and take the words. What are you going to do now? Asked she. It is time that King Arthur had tidings of you both, and your horses are not fit to bear you. Ride, I pray you, said Sir Gawain, to my uncle King Arthur, who is but 2 miles away, and tell him what adventure has befallen me. So she mounted her mule, and when she had told her tale to King Arthur, he bade them saddle a palfrey, and invite all the knights and ladies of his court to ride with him. When they reached the place, they saw Sir Gareth and Sir Gawain sitting on the hillside. The king jumped off his horse and would have greeted them, but he swooned away for gladness, and they ran and comforted him, and also their mother. Who is their mother? Like, does Arthur have another sister? The 2 knights stayed in King Arthur's court for 8 days and rested themselves and grew strong. Or, no, it's not Morgan, I don't think. I don't think it's Morgan. Wait, could it be, like, Guinevere's sister, and so she's become Arthur's sister by marriage, or? The 2 knights stayed in King Arthur's court for 8 days and rested themselves and grew strong. Then said the king to Lynette, I wonder that your sister, Dame Lyonesse, does not come here to visit me, or, more truly, to visit my nephew, Sir Gareth, who has worked so hard to win her love. My lord, answered Lynette, you must, by your grace, hold her excused, for she does not know that Sir Gareth is here. Cat Von, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. Go and fetch her then, said Arthur. That I will do quickly, replied Lynette, and by the next morning she had brought Dame Lyonesse and her brother Sir Gringamore and 40 knights. But among the ladies, Dame Lyonesse was the fairest, save only Queen Guinevere. They were all welcomed of King Arthur, who turned to his nephew, Sir Gareth, and asked him whether he would have that lady to his wife. My lord, replied Sir Gareth, you know well that I love her above all the ladies in the world. And what say you, fair lady? Asked the king. Most noble king, said Dame Lyonesse, I would sooner have Sir Gareth as my husband than any king or prince that may be christened, and if I may not have him, I promise you I will have none For he is my first love, and shall be my last. And if you will suffer him to have his will and choice, I dare say he will have me. That is truth, said Sir Gareth. What, nephew, cried the king, sits the wind in that door? Then you shall have all the help that is in my power. And so said Gareth's mother. And it was fixed that the marriage should be at Michaelmas, at Kinkenadon by the seashore, and thus it was proclaimed in all places of the realm. Then Sir Gareth sent his summons to all the knights and ladies that he had won in battle, that they should be present, and he gave a rich ring to the Lady Lyonesse, and she gave him one likewise. And before she departed, she had from King Arthur a shining golden bee as a token. After that, Sir Gareth set her on her way towards her castle, and returned unto the king. They got married, and then he's like, okay, you go home. I'm staying here with the boys. The boys. But he would ever be in Sir Lancelot's company, for there was no knight that Sir Gareth loved so well as Sir Lancelot. The days drew fast to Michaelmas, and there came the Lady Lyonesse with her sister Lynette, and her brother Sir Grangamore, to Kinkenadon by the sea. Oh, sorry, they were just engaged at that point. Okay. And there they were lodged by the order of King Arthur. No, bee like B-E-E. I don't know, an ornamental bee, like the insect? I don't know, I could see that being like decorative, like a little piece of jewelry or something, I guess. And upon Michaelmas Day, the Bishop of Canterbury wedded Sir Gareth and the Lady Lyonesse with great ceremonies, and King Arthur commanded that Sir Gawain should be joined to the damsel Lynette, and Sir Agravain to the niece of Dame Lyonesse, whose name was Laurel. Then the knights whom Sir Gareth had won in battle came with their followings, and did homage to him. And the Green Knight besought him that he might act as chamberlain at the feast. It's really hard for me to, read the word chamberlain without thinking of the Skeksis. Sorry, just the chamberlain's noise. Never mind. And the Red Knight, that he might be his steward. As soon as the feast was ended, they had all manner of minstrelsy and games, and a great tournament that lasted 3 days. But at the prayer of Dame Lyonesse, the king would not suffer that any man who was wedded should fight at that feast. It was a wonderful impression. I don't want to be too loud for ASMR, but oh my god. Well, the next thing is the quest for the Holy Grail, and it does have multiple sections in it, but it's a bit long. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've kind of had a little bit of a headache this whole time, and it's getting a bit worse. So, the Holy Grail movie. Tomorrow I am going out of town. I told some of you guys this. Actually, why don't we talk? Let me wrap up on YouTube, and then we'll chat over the next little bit over on Twitch. So, thank you to everyone who watched on YouTube. It seriously helps me out. We are working our way towards unlocking the YouTube Partner Program, and getting the watch hours in is a massive part of that. Thank you also to everyone who has subbed. Let me pop the links in the Twitch chat again. I've got two channels. The first of those links, the @Faolkor, that's the one that we're currently live on, where you find the book reading. The second one is for ASMR triggers. If you feel like subbing to either or both of those, that would be huge and very much appreciated. And yes, I don't know. Okay, actually, I do need to kind of, yeah. I don't really know. The schedule this week is going to be a little different because I'm out of town. I might be live on this channel for reading, but I think I'm going to put off starting a new book until I'm in town. The best way to kind of check in what's happening is to check out the Twitch stream. I'm going to be sticking to my schedule as much as is possible. Oh wait, in some versions their mother is Morgause, and it is also sometimes referred, oh, Morgause. Mordred, Gawain, Agravain, Gaharis, and Gareth are always referred to as siblings. Oh, really? Like, I'm familiar with all the names, and I knew that some of them were, like, related, but I didn't know, like, siblings. Okay. Alright. Hi, Peace All Night. Okay, so we are wrapping up the YouTube stream now. Hopefully you have enjoyed the story time. And yeah, I will be back soon to do more reading. In the meantime, feel free to check out some of the playlists of past read books. Yes, sorry, Peace All Night. We've been going for 4.5 hours, so I am wrapping up now. Okay. I'm sorry, Peace All Night. I'm sorry. Okay. Alright. I will, I'll see you guys later on YouTube. On Twitch, we'll keep going for a little bit longer and wrap up. But yeah. Thank you, Peace All Night. Good night, YouTube.